Yeah! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Championship Sunday edition here at the St. Croix Bassmaster Open on Lake of the Ozarks. Osage Beach, Missouri is our host this week. You can see these shots live as our top 10. We've whittled it down from the 200 boats or so just to the top 10, and they are idling out for final day competition. There's your leader from Canada, Jamie Bruce. Holds a 1-ounce lead over Kyle Patrick. It's going to be a great top 10 fishing on Championship Sunday today. Competition is very tight on a great body of water. Fishing during a tough time of year, but the weights have not shown it. Ronnie Moore joined today by Greg Hackney, Elite Series Pro and AOI champion, as well as Mike Sukon like usual. And Greg, it has put out some fish and some heavy weights for it being a tough time of the year and relatively in between transitions.
It really just shows how good the lake is right now for it to be fishing that good this time of the year. No cold fronts really yet, nothing to really get those fish motivated, and it's impressive what they're catching.
We have 6 of our top 10 competing today that are in the qualification cut line to make the Elite Series for next year. Now they're just trying to put a cherry on top and maybe make the Bassmaster Classic as well. You see John Garrett there. Second place in our points race right behind JT Tompkins. Those two are duking it out as well today. We're watching them leave the boat ramp this morning. Like we said, we're starting our day as they start their day. 5 bites away from a Bassmaster Classic berth and $43,000 roughly for the winner of each of these events for the Bassmaster Opens. There's our most recent champion, Tyler Williams, last week at Watts Bar in Tennessee. He took the title and he's trying to go back-to-back. If he does so, a couple Elite Series guys will be smiling because they'll get into the Bassmaster Classic. Looking at our top 10, we said it was tight, just 1 ounce from Jamie Bruce to Kyle Patrick at the top of the leaderboard, about 1.5 pounds to get to Andrew Hargrove in third, a couple more ounces down to JT Tompkins. Then we start to have some local flavor. Andy Newcomb, Brad Jelinek, they're only fishing this open and they're still in it, have a shot at their home lake going into the final day of the season. You also have Robert G. in the qualification for the Elite Series, John Garrett as well, and one of our best Japanese anglers in the Opens, Daisuke Kita. Now we take a look at our Bassmaster Opens points race. This is how you make the Elite Series from the Opens. JT Tompkins, John Garrett, Trey McKinney, fabulous seasons. I'm going to go ahead and say that they are a lock to make it. Even if they catch 0 at the Harris Chain, they are right above or at the projected point line for the top 10. Meanwhile, Robert G., Kyle Patrick, Logan Parks, Kyle Austin, Tyler Williams, and Jamie Bruce all still have work to do. To bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, I'm Ronnie Moore. Like we mentioned, that is Greg Hackney, Elite Series champion, one of the winningest anglers of all time, Angler of the Year as well. And then we have Mike Sukon always joining us for Bassmaster Live. And Greg, we talked about the weights, but we also need to talk about the competitors. You can't slip up in the Bassmaster Opens, and our top 10 shows it. I got a couple stud locals, and then you have some of the best Opens anglers all year that are still catching them at the end of the season.
And the weights are so tight right now. It's going to be a fun day. It's always fun when anybody can win because you don't know, and you got guys doing different things. You got guys running 40 miles. It's going to be a fun day, and they've had a little weather. It's good times, and I like sitting on this side watching that because I know what they're feeling, and it's rough.
And as the season gets closer to the end of the year, Such, there's a lot more urgency. Guys who want to make the Classic, they got to go swing for the fences today to try to win this event. And also guys who are in our top 10, they can't really lose many points. They're going for the win to make the Classic.
Like you said, JT Tompkins, John Garrett, Trey McKinney, they're almost a lock. But from like 8th place to 15th at the Harris Chain next event, those spots, 7 spots, are only separated by about 25 points, Ronnie. So there'll be a fight to get into the elites at that next event.
No doubt about it. It's a great 3-event stretch to end the season. Like we said, no rest for the weary. Coming from Watts Bar in East Tennessee straight to Lake of the Ozarks, back-to-back events. And this absolutely is one of the biggest playing fields that we can have in Bassmaster competition. It's not the Great Lakes, but it spans 94 miles, 1,100 miles of shoreline that they can choose from, 54,000 surface acres in general, and one of the roughest places in the world for navigating because it has over 70,000 docks. Such, I believe you told me when the dam was formed in 1929, it was the largest lake in the U.S.
Man-made lake in the U.S. and one of the largest in the world. 70,000 homes on the lake. They call it the Missouri Dragon from the shape.
Hey, I do like that nickname there. As we take a look at our takeoff, about mid-lake, you can go about 30 or 40 miles to the east and 30 or 40 to the west. And with our top 10, there's going to be plenty of places to choose from for these anglers. And our guy who we've seen on Bassmaster Live in events past, Kyle Patrick, second place behind Jamie Bruce, 1 ounce behind. He gave us his thoughts this morning at takeoff.
Hey guys, we got to catch 5 of the right ones here today. Pretty excited about it. It's always great to be, on the cut. Always great to fish during the cut day. I'm just gonna go out and fish. I feel like I'm around quality fish. I just need to capitalize, stay calm, collected, and just grind it out. So hoping to get the right ones.
Tyler Williams here. We're getting ready for day 3. Made another one. Looks like they're biting my jig, so I'm gonna try to swing on them today. See what happens. I don't know what to expect, but just gonna go fish and try to get as many points as I can. If I mess around and find out, hopefully they're big.
Official time, 6:50.
Feeling pretty good. It's Championship Sunday on Lake of the Ozarks, stop number 8 of the Bassmaster Open season. And I believe it's the first full day of fall, and we've had great weather all week. It's gonna be beautiful today, and looking forward to getting out there, hopefully catching a few fish along the way. Little ways back from the lead, so I'm just gonna go fishing, have fun, and see what happens.
There you hear from Kyle Patrick, Tyler Williams, last week's winner, and John Garrett. John Garrett's coming back-to-back top 10s as well. He said he's no longer playing it safe. He played it safe at the St. Lawrence a few events ago, and his worst finish of the year, 60th. So when he's gone for it and he's fished not conservative, he has made plenty of top 10s this year. As we go out live to Kyle Patrick from Cooperstown, New York. We saw him last year at the Chesapeake Bay in the top 10 on Bassmaster Live.
Definitely a technique that you expect to see there, getting that time of the year, top water bait, big bass.
Been a pretty good week. Day 1, I was pretty fortunate, honestly. I'd gotten a bite up the river on the last day of practice that really helped me out to, make a decision on kind of a whim, but not really, to go up there. I got there and it was fireworks pretty much right off the bat. Caught 2 5s and then, some really quality keepers, a 4 and, a couple 3s, or a couple high 2s, I should say. And, that's what it seems like. This lake it's a really easy lake to junk fish. When I say junk fish, I mean like all sorts of different, types of fishing, because once you find where they're at, you can kind of pick and choose what you want to do and catch them. Like right now, I'm starting on a brush pile that has a bunch of fish on it. And I found this early. This was just supposed to be a limit hole, and it actually turned out yesterday. I was able to catch a bunch of 3-pounders in here that got me to today. So like I said, I've just been fishing around the lakes and, areas that I think are good, and it's panned out. So just one bite at a time.
A little bit of Kyle Patrick talking about his day, or his thoughts about the day. We've seen a big jig play for a lot of anglers today, or this week, and we should see some topwater come into play, especially because, like you said, Greg Hagney, that is a big fish bait, especially this time of the year.
Both these guys had 19 pounds, 15 ounces on day 1.
Co-leaders.
Pretty good weight there, Hack. I was a little surprised.
Yeah, it's really surprising for September. This is that in-between transitioning time when typically the weights are not that good.
Bright and early on them. Let's go.
Well, JP has fished so well the last couple of years.
Yes, he has indeed. He won the Chesapeake Bay Open last year to make the Bassmaster Classic.
Let's call it gotta get rid of him. But
Met him at the Classic. He was rather impressive. Interviewed him for a story. He was spot on that being at the Classic was great. It was all it was built up to be.
He's
enjoyed his experience.
He's one of the non-elites that fished the Classic last year that made the final day. Rarely do you see of our, 6 to 10 non-elites that fish the Classic, many of them make the final day, and he was one of the few that did last year.
Pretty proud to do that.
Yeah. He even had a lot of boat trouble, as we see 4-box and Robert G. hooked up.
And it seems like the little are...
What do we got to be, Ronnie? 15 inches largemouth and smallmouth and 12 inches on spotted bass?
Absolutely. Bites have not been an issue this week, but there have been some plenty of non-keepers caught as well.
It's been the
health of the
story
lake.
of the week.
The lake has
little
always
guys
been
and
known
then-
for lots of numbers.
All of a sudden, you'll hook into one, and it'll come up and jump, and it'll be giant.
There's a lot of anglers had to run through numbers. And some came in without a limit who said, I caught 30, 40 fish.
I think that's what's been so impressive about the weights, because typically it's hard to catch keepers this time of the year. I will say electronics have changed the game. We see it going down right here with these guys. These guys are good with their electronics. Guys who compete now at a high level have to be.
Cal Patrick.
It's a good one. Stay on. You stay on. Yeah,
a lot
baby.
of bait out here today.
That's what we want right there. Come on now. Come on now, boys.
I think he made up the 1 ounce.
I think so as well. I think Jamie Bruce is still running to his first
Right
spot.
one. We'll put him on the big side, I think. Come on. That's the right one.
Cal Patrick from Cooperstown, New York, and Jamie Bruce from Kenora,
4-pounder.
Canada. And doing
Come
well at
on.
the Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah.
That gets my blood just pumping, dude.
I don't think Kyle would have a problem with me saying that his blood is pumping
can't ask for much
all
more than
times
that.
of the day. He is wired up when it comes to anglers.
God, that gets me fired up. Make sure this is good in here.
We could be seeing him on the Elite Series next year. He's
Look at that
starting.
big old son of, oh, geez. All right, we're good.
Started this week 12th in EQ points. He's up to 6th place. Jumped up 6 spots. Pretty good.
A lot riding on this, isn't it?
No, you know it.
You wouldn't want to lose 8 or 9 points. They don't seem like a lot, but starting second place, you don't want to finish 10th, so this is a good start to his day to stay, at least maintain. And hey, while you're here, why don't you just try to make the Bassmaster Classic and take home the title today? That is what Kyle Patrick is working on this morning. See some shallow fishing, some deep fishing as well, and pretty calm conditions at Lake of the Ozarks. We will not see that. It will be a different picture about 10 o'clock after the rooster crows and all the locals wake up and start perusing Lake of the Ozarks. Kyle Patrick, when that fish goes into Bass Track, will update as your unofficial leader early here on day 3. Just a few fish in the boat for our field so far, some still running to their first spots. We're going to see more fishing and fish catches when we come back.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Lake of the Ozarks from Osage, Missouri is presented by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at Lake of the Ozarks in Osage Beach, Missouri. Beautiful conditions that these anglers have been given. Like John Garrett said earlier in his takeoff interview, First day of fall, really. I think it was yesterday. College football's in the air. We got NFL today. We got bass fishing on Championship Sunday. And here's how some of our anglers lay out this morning as they get started on Championship Sunday here. JT Tompkins, Robert G, not far from each other. Kyle Patrick close by, John Garrett as well. We've already seen Kyle Patrick put one in the boat and Robert G catch a non-keeper. Like they said, they're going through a lot of numbers this week, but when they set the hook on one of them, normally they're in that 3.5 to 4 pound range.
That one might keep. He looks long. I was about to turn around and say, I'm about to catch one. Oh, he does. He's not much, but he is a keeper. He's not much, but he's a line burner. It's always good to start out with one. There we go, number one.
G is a 24-year-old from Knoxville, Tennessee. Had the big bag yesterday, 18 pounds, 15 ounces. Jumped from 39th into 7th.
The University of Tennessee won on their collegiate program the last few years. He said he took a victory lap, did year number 5 in Knoxville just to be sure he knew what he was doing education-wise, and hopes to not have to use that degree if he joins the Elite Series next year.
Well, he has plenty of time to grow up, so he don't need to be in a hurry.
Yeah, so I'm just seeing them on live scope, and this week I've really noticed the more of the keeper fish. Like, you can go to any point on this lake and catch bass just everywhere. But all the little ones are the ones that are high suspended, and the ones that seem to be the keepers are real close tucked to the bottom. And they're really hard to see, but if you have good batteries, like lithium batteries that stay high voltage all day, you can see those fish tucked on the bottom really nicely.
He's moved up a spot to 4th in the EQ points. You'll probably see him on the Elites next season.
He is just below that projected point total, but man, he would have to have everyone below him would be in the top 10 and him be in the bottom 10. That's
pretty sure he will be on the Elites next season.
There'll be a lot of pressure on those guys at Harris Chain.
For sure. Once you get that first fish or that limit, you're in the top 10 already, it feels much better. As we go over to our champion from last week, he is fishing the Bassmaster Classic, Tyler Williams. Did so last week with a big jig and brush piles, doing the same thing this week.
Yeah.
And barefoot again.
I don't think he's going to keep. What an interesting time. I don't think so.
Keepers this week have to be 15, like you said, for largemouth, and that's normally we see largemouth limits at 12 inches. So if you catch a line burner, it's still a better than normal line burner at other lakes.
2 pounds or better, you figure, on these fish?
For the most part, yeah. And like you said, in the first few fish we've seen have been built. They're starting to really feed up. They have big gizzard shad in this lake as well.
Around that are hard to get. Sometimes you can get them.
He's made a great run here with 2 top 10s in a row. In the win last week, he was 28th in EQ points. He's inside our top 10 now, Ronnie, at 6.
Momentum. You see that so much in this sport.
This was him last week at Watts Bar Championship Saturday. No rest for the weary. I think like 16 straight days these anglers have been on the water. If you have fished Championship Sunday and Championship Saturday the last 2 weeks, and Tyler Williams doing so, really got off to a slow start. One of the last anglers of our top 10 to catch his first fish, and it seemed every brush pile he pulled up to at Watts Bar, he would catch 2 off each brush pile. So he went from 1 to 3 to a limit really quick, upgraded pretty fast, and did what he needed to do. Different scenario than last week, though. He went into the final day with a decent lead over most of the field in the top 10. This week, he's got to chase them down.
He didn't catch a ginormous bag. He left the door open, but nobody walked through it.
No, Near's Pursuer ended up having 4 fish on the final day. Williams with another one. That one probably won't keep as well. But it is interesting. I believe he's the second angler ever from the state of Maine to make the Bassmaster Classic. And being 21 years old, last week we saw 21, 21, and 18 were the top 3 ages for the podium finish last week.
And these guys got room to grow.
Yeah.
It's amazing that how good the young anglers are now. Whether it's the technology,
Oh, that one wasn't
preparedness, like
they're
not just
mentally
fishing
prepared.
tournaments just to fish. They have big goals and work hard to get them.
Well, do you think? How much do you think the high school and college programs play in that act? Just get them running through the processes of doing a fishing tournament, figuring out the bodies of water.
I mean, there's no doubt the sport of bass fishing is bigger now than it's ever been before.
For sure. Participation-wise, and
I mean, you can look
the
at the
average
age of these 4 guys in this box right here.
I believe Andrew Hargrove just graduated from Tarleton State in Texas last year. So this is his first full year out. Same thing for Robert G., who's not pictured, but John Garrett, he's a former college classic bracket champion. He's made the Bassmaster Classic before, so is JT Tompkins.
He's the old guy.
Yeah,
John Garrett, he's 27.
27 out of this box.
I mean, I think JT's 22, 21, 22. He looks 14.
Yes. He said he skipped the college fishing route because he had found some success while fishing in high school in like single, solo tournaments. So he had won tournaments before and was like, you know what? Why don't I just hyper dedicate 2 or 3 years to just fishing and giving it a shot. I've been blessed with the family, being able to support that for a little bit.
Oh,
and he has made it work.
There's a pile of them.
He's a hard worker. It's working out for him.
And the sacrifices as well. Kyle Patrick sleeping in the back of his truck in a bunch of events to just save money to be able to stay on the road and fish these events. And they kind of all got thrown for a little bit of a loop in past years with the Opens. You'd be able to show up and fish for 2 straight weeks leading up to the event. We have a month off limits like we do for the Elite Series where can't fish that body of water till official practice. And so they do get 5 days of practice during the week, but they still have 1 month prior that they're not there. So they can't go event to event. They kind of got to be more strategic with pre-practice this time.
And it's getting them ready for the elites. It's building that thinking process of I don't have a month to practice.
Yes.
What do you think of 5 days? Bobby Lane kind of said is almost too much. That when everybody can find everything there, and you rarely find something to yourself.
Well, and the deal with Bobby is he's been trained for the 2.5 days.
Right.
So
he gets bored about 4th day of practice.
I'm the same way. I don't like to practice. I like to tournament.
Fish.
Take a look at our map. You see where the takeoff is. You see how close John Garrett is. He said, I'll be fishing closer than most people. I could go all the way to the dam, and the quality's there, but I might not make it back each day with the boat traffic out there and how big the waves have been. You see JT Tompkins and Robert G. also fishing pretty close together, but quite a bit of real estate in between them still, and different water columns and depths that these guys are fishing. Robert's been off of any of these points that dump off into the main drag. That's been something key for him, at least in the morning.
Coming back there.
Definitely getting off to an early start.
Come here.
Couple bites already.
It's a lot smaller than it was when he jumped.
Second keeper.
But I think he'll keep. Maybe. Let me check him. Oh yeah. Number 2. He bit my worm on the last cast and he just grabbed the back tail of it.
This is his 7th B.A.S.S event. He's got 1 other top 10 that you follow.
I haven't started here all week. I've been running down the lake, but I've been ending my day here. And I think these fish just get beat up on as the day goes on. So I decided why not start?
If you cut your teeth at Fort Loudon Lake, Knoxville, then you're built for changing tough conditions at times. So the fall has been good to Robert G. and the Midwest. If you're an East Tennessee angler, normally the Ozarks, Oklahoma, it works out well for you.
John Garrett's found a place where there are no boat docks. Definitely seems like the offshore is the deal. You see the bank, but the bank is not playing a factor.
And one thing that we've talked about and mentioned this week was that if you are trying to balance the shallow and the deep, you may start on your deep stuff to be efficient, less boat traffic, able to get to your stuff, no worry about getting ran over through the day as well. And then maybe when you get some waves beating on that bank, maybe the shallow deal will come in. We'll see some guys like Brad Jelnick. Hopefully we get to see him very soon, one of the local names in here that definitely has something to be told on Lake of the Ozarks. He's making a move up the leaderboard right behind Kyle Patrick, who is your unofficial leader so far. A couple guys getting started with keepers while some are still running to their areas. We'll see those guys who have been running start fishing very soon when we come back.
Hey there, anglers. I'm Fox Weather's Kiana Lewis, and this is the Bassmaster Open Final Forecast. We're looking at the weather on the Lake of the Ozarks in Osage Beach, Missouri. Today, mostly cloudy with highs in the upper 70s and high humidity as well. Good luck to everyone out there, and don't forget that you can download the Fox Weather app or stream Fox Weather from your favorite connected TV device.
Thank you, Kiana Lewis. Yeah, like she said, highs in the mid 70s, upper 70s at most. A little bit of humidity there, but lows in the 60s is what you want to see, and that's what kind of changes from late summer to early fall patterns is when we start to see those cool evening temps. So we head out to Tyler Williams, last week's champion at Watts Bar.
Oh my God, another little guy. They're fun to catch, but they're not what I'm looking for.
Heck, he's not happy yet. Mark Menendez last week, he was laughing on his catches, and he equated him to a little bit of little John Cox in him there. He's having a good time.
Swallowed
catching.
a bug on Bassmaster Live.
Yeah.
And was all choked up. You know, it was just a...
Take it for the win.
It's funny how those fish can make you so happy.
He's hooked up again.
I always enjoy watching the anglers.
I get to walk across the stage.
That one.
Sweet. I think that's 15 anyways.
He's laughing.
Yeah.
Oh, we're good. Put them in. I wish he weighed as much as me holding down on him did. Stop.
Well, see, at least we know his bass track will be correct.
If he tells them the right weight.
2-pounder.
I notice sometimes even when they weigh them, they don't tell the right weight.
Exactly. Give me a
Guy,
one.
Patrick
12.
Walters has done that plenty.
Everything's a secret.
He gets to know what they weigh, but no one else gets to know until later.
But then when we're talking with another angler, they pass. I got about 20, and they.
Bass track says
Up there,
24. You're
23,
like,
yeah.
oh, okay, yeah, 20. At least 20.
What do you tell anglers as you're passing them? Do you tell them about what you got? If they're...
He just looks at them.
Yeah, honestly, they don't talk to me during
No?
the tournament.
Yeah, that's right. You're the loner. I forgot.
Looks like JT's moved up a little bit around the docks now.
All right.
Said he spent time in pre-practice here before the month off limits, just idling around and finding pieces of individual structure, whether it's a brush pile or big boulders off docks. And
Gotta get rid of them, but gotta get 5 first too.
another keeper for
Number
JT.
2.
That's super key, because on a place that has 70,000 docks, and if you're not a dock fisherman, you may think, well, I can just go on any stretch, but not every stretch is made equal. So finding at least a region you can trust 20, 30 docks.
Well, it's still about the structure, not
80.
so much about the docks right now.
Yeah.
A pound, 12 ounces.
But you can still tell it's a late summer pattern. They're all fishing. Like this lake, we can remember back, they played some footage from Basil Bacon went in there, waking a spinnerbait. But those tournaments were later in the fall when those fish made that move. My first Bassmaster was one there. Dan Moorhead won with a buzz bait up on the bank. But November, those threadfin and the gizzard shad were right up on the bank eating algae, and it was a spinnerbait buzz bait deal. This is still typically just a late summer pattern.
They've had 11 events here, Bass has on Lake of the Ozarks. A lot of them in November.
It's such a good time to be in the Ozarks in November.
And the most recent finish that doesn't count in that 11 visits was a college event the week after the Conroe Classic. So late March, I was there at that event. It was hailstorms, like tremendous. I think the lake rose like half a foot after the final day of practice. Before, like at the meeting time, it rained, and the lake rose a bunch and changed the tournament up. There was actually late March. There was schooling fish in the middle of the pockets and stuff like that.
Takes a lot of poking around and new water, and that's all good. We're not hitting the panic button today. You just have to settle in and fish every little piece of these. First day I was skipping them on the backs, and yesterday they were out on the brush piles. Today, who knows? Might catch them in the middle of the lake on a glide bait. We're gonna bounce here, boss.
A couple of our anglers we haven't seen so far. Jamie Bruce, top left, he's your leader coming into today. He took a hard right out of takeoff and went up towards the Gravois Hills region, or Gravois Mills. And then Andy Newcomb and Dice Kita took a left to go up the river. Andy swinging in a good one to start his day.
Actually looked like Andy might have been swimming a jig a little bit there.
Ain't a big one, but that's not a bad one.
A couple of the local guys didn't get super detailed. They, say jig or they say topwater. They didn't say specific because they're keeping a couple things honest. And I said, just show me. We'll just watch you tomorrow.
Get that first one out of the way quick. Pretty one. Three-pounder.
Hack, when you knew you were coming, what do you think the estimated winning weight was going to be here?
So before the first day of the tournament, I never dreamed it would be this high.
Right.
I was thinking 15 or 16 a day would blow it out.
40,
but
45 would be good.
Right.
As Andy puts that keeper in the box, this is a little bit more about that jig, and looks a whole lot different when you head up the river compared to where a lot of our guys we've seen this morning are. It looks a lot older, less
flatter.
Yeah, flatter, older houses. The walkways go a lot farther out, like you said, flatter. Swimming a jig this morning. We should see some topwater possibly as well.
It's funny that a jig's playing there so much, and I think that we had another former Bassmaster legend that lived on this own lake, Denny Breyer, also known for a jig. It's funny that a jig plays there so much.
Train the fish on them.
Well, Hunter, we didn't zero. That's a good thing. That can happen up here.
The lake may get rough this afternoon, but right now it is serene.
If you only like fishing in the morning in the summertime or in the fall, Lake of the Ozarks is for you. You get to fish in the morning, get off before the 70,000 dock owners back out of their slips.
I mean, I thought that was the birthplace of the cigarette boat. The one time in the summer I fished there.
We might see one of those this afternoon.
Yeah.
It is incredible. A couple of these guys like Jamie Bruce, who have made a 30-minute or so run at least when it's calm, said it took over 90 minutes to get back yesterday.
They were surprised coming back
Some
Saturday
guys probably didn't expect it and may have been, I didn't know, I haven't heard of late infractions, but I saw a couple guys weigh in 4 fish and have 0.
Definitely didn't 0. I think that's another keeper. Measure him, but I'm pretty sure.
A little local flair will be a factor today.
Well, it might be a good day. We might have made a good decision. Yeah, he's 15. Oh, yeah. Numero doso. Little one, but take them all till we get 5.
Not bad when you can fish shallow, not move your boat, and catch 2 keepers off the same dock. There's something about this stretch, so I'm excited to see Andy, why he made this decision today.
I didn't let him fight.
You know, it's probably harder for him to make decisions than it are guys from other places because he knows so much. Like he fished every inch of the lake, and so he's having to break that down into little pieces where guys that are not from there, they are only fishing their practice.
That's 2 for one of the locals, Andy Newcomb. Started the day in 5th place, I believe, 5th place, and has jumped up. He's fallen down to 8th before those fish, but add 2 2-pounders in there, and he will be in 2nd place when Bass Track updates before the next segment. Andy Newcomb, Brad Jelnick, also one of the locals, coming from lower in the top 10 into the top 3. They're all chasing Kyle Patrick and JT Tompkins, though. We'll see them catch some more fish when we come back. Saturday on Fox, Corey Seager leads the Rangers against the Mariners as each team battles for a spot in the postseason, or the Orioles continue their fight for the AL East crown as they take on the Red Sox. It all begins 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, Saturday on Fox. Oh, I think Mike Sukon's a big baseball guy over there. I don't know if you are, Greg Hackney, but that whole AL West, Rangers, Mariners, Astros, all within half a game, someone's going to lose out and miss the playoffs, and 2 are going to advance and make it most likely.
It's like the EQ standings here, Ronnie.
Exactly.
Somebody's going to make the Elite Series, and somebody's going to be sitting there one fish away.
I know our guy Kyle Jesse will be locked in. He's the biggest Texas Rangers fan I know.
Yeah.
Be watching those series go down.
I
Meaningful
want to talk
baseball.
about my team.
Yeah, for the first time in a long time, won't have a winning
Bad year
record
for the
this year.
Cardinals.
That didn't work.
Maybe a bladed jig?
A decent one.
I was
Number
trying
2.
to see. This is what we do, Greg. When we're watching you, we're trying to ID that
Yeah.
bait before
Looked
you
like
throw
maybe
it.
a bladed. He was cranking like a plug, but it
Yeah.
looked like a bladed jig.
The flash up there.
Do 2 1/4. I'm not real sure.
Last week he was using a Strike King cutter worm on some hydrilla patches. Also threw a crankbait right above it.
Great Tennessee River fisherman, like gets it.
Do you have any young guys that you would consider like that you mentor or talk to? Like Menendez was here last week and got to see his mentee, you know, John Garrett in the top 10 and was like super proud of him and knows that he's got what it takes and whatnot. But do you open up the wisdom to anybody?
I do, but they don't always listen to it. It's my 2 boys at home.
Yeah, you're on.
Well, if you need another
I try
son,
to mentor
you know, like, I
people,
can
but they
listen.
won't let me mentor them like I need to.
Your kids are the hardest to coach. Sometimes best
They
to
really
get somebody
are.
outside.
Maybe I don't have enough patience.
Hey,
Maybe
you
I'm a
did
guy that don't
say
have
you
a lot of
wanted to when you retired from bass fishing. You wanted to be a college fishing coach. So
Yeah, but that's somebody else's kids. I have patience with somebody else's kids, just not with my own.
they should know better by now.
Right. I taught them the right way.
Yes.
There's only one way, my way.
You are reflecting me right now. If you fail, I fail.
That's it, right.
So much activity in here. It's incredible.
Our Lake of the Ozarks guys, Andy Newcomb is in second, Brad Jelinek is in fourth.
Yeah. Second day, or yesterday, my co didn't catch anything till right at the very end. He, we were by the ramp. He
She's pinging.
dumped a 2.5. He caught it in about a foot of water.
I believe it's our first
He's a
look
good guy,
at
though.
Andrew Hargrove. Came in today third place.
Oh, yeah. I got you.
Yeah, and it's still early, so those guys really shouldn't be feeling the pressure yet. You know, a couple more hours rolls around, they've not caught one. Then it starts to, that monkey's there.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I had some really good. Jamie Bruce with the 1 ounce lead is fishless and on the move again.
One of the longest runs from takeoff, we just saw Andrew Hargrove. We make it go up the river even more. Andy Newcomb. Just imagine that, Greg. Andy running 40 or 50 miles upriver, and you start in the same creek as a local guy. It's got to feel good for Dice Keita. Or, man, just leave me alone. I wanted this region of the lake to myself.
On a lake that's 94 miles long. Little glide bait action.
Yeah, I would love to see some.
Yeah, I know.
Bye.
Oh, big one.
Oh, maybe no keeper. Oh, maybe no keeper.
I might have glide bait in a top water all day. I'll take that.
Looks like a little plopper. Probably just a couple weeks off of that deal. That topwater bite's probably still about 2 weeks out.
Dice K getting a clue this morning with a quick bite. Didn't even move it. We saw Ish Monroe do that 2 or 3 times last week with a whopper plopper. Threw it and it got blown up on before he even started reeling it. So it's that time of the year where they're pushing shallower and shallower. But like you said, yeah, it takes a decent amount of cool nights for it to. What do you think it is? Not necessarily the fish, but the bait fish haven't made it to where they're supposed to be.
Honestly, it probably has just as much to do with length of day as it does temperature.
Well,
yeah, boys. Woo!
Threw his hat off.
He is a mess.
That's another big one. Come on. Dude, I knew they were moving back in here. Go in there with your friend. Go in there with your friend. He needed a friend. He needed a friend. One more friend. Come on, one more friend. Whew, that gets my heart pumping, man. Oh yeah. That gets the heart going, dude. That's 2, 3 more of those. Literally 3 more of those. I don't know how big that is.
What are you calling those, Ronnie?
Call them 3.5, I guess.
I would say heavy 3, something like that. They were kind of built the same, but still real skinny. They're not.
I knew they were moving back here, dude. There was just no way. The big ones came to play.
He had the least amount of ground to make up, just 1 ounce behind Jamie Bruce. And Jamie Bruce said, we've seen him fishing docks this morning so far, and he said, I'm probably the worst dock fisherman in the field
You had
because
to practice
in
before
Canada,
coming
yeah,
here.
we don't fish docks in Canada. Our fish don't get on docks.
I mean, we just saw John Garrett catch one on a bladed jig off the bank. Now he's drop shotting offshore. Like it's a lot of different stuff going on.
As they said, anglers have said they've caught them in 6 inches to 40 feet.
It's just that time of the year.
He was probably would have made it, but he was really close.
He didn't like taking a chance on a line burner there.
He did not.
He knows he's not fishing for any points. He's not fishing for any worries. He's just got to try to win this event because John Garrett, along with JT Tompkins and Trey McKinney, sitting perfect in the Angler of the Year race. The only thing that they want is that extra 10 grand for winning the points race. That will go down to the wire at Harris Chain of Lakes in our last event mid-October. Meanwhile, guys like Robert G fishing today, trying to gain a few more points to be solid and guaranteed in the elites. A couple guys still have more work to be done. We'll be right back from Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah!
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at Lake of the Ozarks, Osage Beach, Missouri. Kind of pitted right in between St. Louis and Kansas City with the way the state outlines. One on the east and one on the west, and Ozarks and Truman Lakes right in between. As we look at our leaderboard, Andy Newcomb did indeed jump up. Second place unofficially right now, right behind Kyle Patrick, who just put another good one in the boat. He'll probably move up even more after that one adds into Bass Track. Meanwhile, JT Tompkins staying steady in the top 5. Brad Jelinek moving up. Robert G staying in the top 5 as well. 5th place currently for him. It is a tight top 10. Could be even tighter after today's competition with some of the guys at the bottom of the leaderboard making a run to the top. We could see, you said it during a commercial break, Greg, had a tie? Could we see
a tie?
We see some tight weights in the fall, maybe.
Reweigh.
Could we get you to stay for tomorrow? If that's, I'm just, are you gonna make us do it ourselves?
It just makes it exciting.
It does. So we go out with John Garrett, fishing closer to the takeoff area, the Grand Glaze region of Lake of the Ozarks.
Any smallmouth waiting this week?
I didn't see many, but Casey Scanlon before the event started talked that they live in here and they're not necessarily something that'd be featured, but with suspended forward-facing sonar, I could see some smallmouth getting caught.
Yeah.
The biggest thing we've seen with that technology is
sore, I'm tired of grabbing them.
it eliminates down seasons of the year. It keeps fishing good, if that makes sense.
I saw your column that it's kind of, you didn't see it as a bad thing because less people are fishing where you like to fish.
Well, we see guys using it here, and then we see Andy Newcomb still up just fishing boat docks like normal, not utilizing it. So it's putting pressure on one part of the lake and it's taking pressure off another. So and we're learning so much about fish that we didn't know before, that we see them do, things that they do that they're even more impressive now than they were before. So.
Oh, shoot. Tough when you haven't prepared to make that run, but.
Out of fish, Jamie Bruce, our leader from Canada's falling down to 7th.
I like that, Such. I like when our leader, just an hour into the fishing day, can fall all the way to the bottom of the top 10 with no fish. That just means there's activity, that the weights are close enough that you can make a big jump today. 3 pounds in an open from first to 10th is
312 was
yeah,
first.
That's not a big deal at all, especially with somebody in 10th throwing a glide bait, and then 9th is a local. That's right there in region.
Yeah, I usually monitor lead changes, but it's called the limit equalization. Once you get your limit, you get back in there. Then you know.
We can almost guarantee most times that there will be a limit caught, but in the fall, that's not always a guarantee.
That's not the case. But the other thing about it is Jamie Bruce will be in this event right up till the end.
Yeah.
Regardless of how his morning goes.
I think there were a lot of boats started in that bay.
One swing of the bat, a 5-pounder can bring you right back in the game.
And help his confidence.
Yeah, I'm the one bringing him there. We'll see. These brush piles out in the open haven't been great, but this place changes so much. Oh, there was one. There's our clue.
You know, Jamie Bruce just said the brush piles in the open hadn't been the deal, and you got Kyle Patrick over there who's caught all of his fish that way.
Jamie Bruce could make it 5 Canadians at the Bassmaster Classic competing next year if he wins this event. You've got 4 that fish the Elite Series, Gussie, Coop Gallant, and the Johnston brothers. He could make it number 5, and he is not from where the Johnstons and Coop Gallant is. He is from the town that Jeff Gustafson lives in. So
I hear a little Gussie in him, a little bit of a similar voice.
They all, to me, have a similar voice.
Oh,
they just sound different.
They just sound different. That's it.
Get out of the house.
I can tell they're from slightly farther north than myself.
Oh, yeah.
Andrew Hargrove hooked up.
Ain't that big.
Texas angler from the DFW area.
I just had a birthday, turned 24 on the 21st this month.
He equated Ozarks, kind of reminds him of Possum Kingdom in the way it kind of the fish relate.
I gotta ask this question since you said that. How do you come up with a name like Possum Kingdom?
I don't know, but
I mean, that's got to be a special place on the planet, the Possum Kingdom.
Probably more than one live there for sure. Don't know how many, you know.
Not just the possum hole, the Possum Kingdom.
Local legend has it, it's got its name from a fur trader out of the nearby mineral wells. Referred to the trappers in that county as the Boys of Possum Kingdom. So let me just...
You know, I've seen a lot of fur coats. Not sure I've ever seen a possum fur coat. But we might see Matt Robertson with one on next year at the Classic.
You know Nutria. My mom had a Nutria fur coat.
No, it's a nice.
It is a nice fur. It was.
It's a nice fur.
Drop shot hook.
Meanwhile, Andrew Hargrove, you know, with a nice keeper to start his day. Tough season for him, but this is a good way to end it for him, and he's learning a lot about competing at this level for sure.
Is it his rookie season?
It is his first time fishing the Opens, but somebody who hasn't. Here's some trivia. We've got some Bassmaster trivia. Who is the active B.A.S.S money leader on any level of bass? Just in all of bass, the active angler that hasn't retired and fishes currently with bass. Who is the active money leader? Any guesses? Greg Hackney? I'm not going to ask Suchi yet because he made the trivia.
I know.
I do too.
You do?
I do.
Who would it be?
It's Ike, right?
I don't think so.
Who is it?
I think it's myself.
It is.
I started the season with the lead.
I need to get a hotel at Possum Kingdom.
You can afford it.
Our guest today, Greg Hackney, is the all-time BASS current money winner, $2.82 million. Overtook Mike Iaconelli by about $40,000, I believe, and ended the season strong. 211 events. That's what's impressive, though. 2.8 million. As we look at our active BASS money leaders, Mike Iaconelli in second, Rick Clunn right behind him. A lot of Rick Clunn's wins have came, you know, when wins were worth $25,000 or $30,000 compared to $100,000 now. Gerald Swindle, right there. Steve Kennedy, Brandon Polinick jumped into a $2 million club this year.
At St. Lawrence at the last event.
Jason Christie, Larry Nixon, John Cruz, and Bill Lowen. That's your top 10. Everybody has to be 1.5 million and up. It's impressive to see Christie with 113 events with over $1 million. Obviously, he didn't start his career with Bass. He came in as a seasoned vet. But you, thinking back to that 1998 event at Lake of the Ozarks, your worst ever B.A.S.S. finish, you contemplating hanging it up then, and then you didn't realize what you'd become later on, or did you, you just needed to get in your groove after event number 1?
Well, at that time, the Bass Opens were a draw tournament. So instead of these guys basically getting the run of the boat all day, you would flip a coin to see which angler, if you decide whose fish you would go to. And honestly, I wasn't paced that way. I did not like that format because we talked about it earlier. I don't catch them fast enough. I like to have all day to make those decisions. And once the Opens went to the co-angler format, pro and co-angler, I started back fishing and then qualified for the elites and the Bassmaster Classic, and here I sit.
Yeah, here you go. A couple big trophies in your closet so far as well. I actually don't know how Greg Hackney shows them off. You got a big mantle at home that's got your elites and your AOIs?
No, I have like certain trophies for certain places.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
You have an empty spot for the Classic? You got that already picked out, or
I will build a spot,
is that
a trophy room for only that one trophy.
The one I seen walked up to the right. I think that's just the grass in the very back, though.
And you know you're tied for 5th in active wins. Only Clun, Nixon, Christie, and Ike are ahead of you. And you're tied with Polinick with 6 victories.
I need to step it up a notch.
Yeah, you got to catch up with Christie.
I'm slipping. I'm just really looking for one more.
Just one, just the good one?
I'll be happy
the big
with
one?
One more.
Okay.
Well, you'll have a shot at Grand Lake, not far from where we are at Lake of the Ozarks, or where we sit here in Little Rock, Arkansas, about 3 hours west is Grand Lake. Someone else out of this top 10 is trying to join you in the Classic field for next year, the 2024 Super Bowl of Bass Fishing, the Bassmaster Classic. Excited to bring it back to the Midwest region, Grand Lake, Oklahoma, not far from Lake of the Ozarks. Kyle Patrick right now has his ticket unofficially punched. We've got a lot more fishing to go here, final day at Lake of the Ozarks. Later today, it's a huge doubleheader on Fox, starting with Derek Carr and the Saints taking on Jordan Love and the Packers, or other regional action. Then in America's Game of the Week, Justin Fields and the Bears battle Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, or Cowboys Cardinals, all on Fox and the Fox Sports app. You're in that part of the country, the New Orleans Saints region. You and Derek Carr.
Huge football today. Huge football.
Big implications.
Yes, big.
I do not look forward to my Cardinals playing the Cowboys. I just say that, backup quarterback against one of the best defenses in the league. Thoughts and prayers to my team. We take it out to Lake of the Ozarks, the top 10. You see, 3 went up the river after takeoff this morning. Got a couple guys mid-lake, couple guys towards the dam portion of Lake of the Ozarks, about 20 or 30 miles that way, and then a couple right by takeoff. So we had out with Robert G.
Looks like he's making a little shallow change to the bank.
Seems like he's along one of those golf courses.
Didn't take long.
He said yesterday he was drop shot in deeper water to get his limit, but then he started to move around to some of these different points where it was a little bit of a shelf. The point didn't jut out long, but it was just a little bit of a shelf that some of these fish were positioned on in the mornings. Take another bladed jig catch.
Chunky, but I don't think he'll go. Nope.
We kind of have in that football promo, you got the Saints, which is your region of the country. We've got my Cardinals, and then we also have our friend Mark Zona's Bears.
I did notice the Bears were playing today.
Yeah. I tried to skirt past that one quickly just because the game of the week might not be as much of a game, but Mark Zona did just text us and say, Bears are going to win 72-0 over the Chiefs today in the game of the week.
Oh, are they? The Bears. Full-size Ditka.
There may
Robert
be
G.
72 points, but I don't know that the Bears will be in on that.
I don't know how many games it may take. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. Ronnie Moore here with our Elite Series Pro Champion and Angler of the Year, Greg Hackney. Mike Sukon also joining us. And Greg, this morning we've seen a little bit of movement. Nobody really jumping out to a crazy lead. Kyle Patrick's caught 2 good ones, but hasn't got a bunch of bites. Other guys are kind of filling their limit, negotiating around as well. And we're still waiting for that upriver portion to pay off.
If you're Kyle Patrick right now, you got to be feeling good because the 2 he has in the box, he knows he doesn't need to cull them. Everybody else, the fish they have to have a shot at winning, they probably need to cull. He's already got 2. His confidence level's through the roof. He's very confident in what he's doing. He's going to be hard to beat, and he was only 1 ounce out of the lead before the day started.
Yeah, when you think about it, making up a big gap in the Bassmaster Opens, he didn't have to do that 1 ounce behind the leader, Jamie Bruce. He knows at least he's going to be fishing quite a bit longer because Bruce's long run today. What are you looking at, Such?
Oh, Jamie Bruce not catching a fish and falling down to 8th place, guys like that, and Keita doesn't have a fish either. You got to catch some fish. You got to have a limit here first, pretty much, to compete.
And one big worry for Jamie Bruce, he can't lose too many points today, but he can lose 9 points. And if he loses 9 points, he will be tied for the 11th place in points. He may drop out. So you want to gain, if you're Jamie Bruce, last man in the Elite Series cut right now. You want to be there. You don't want to give any more points back to the field to Wesley Gore or Sam George, anyone below.
Yeah, with his first place points, he jumped from 20th in EQ to qualify for the Elites next year to 10th place. Last guy in will make it. So
currently the
he's
top
got to stay up there.
Where we're looking at as Andrew Hargrove's hooked up. Started the day in 3rd this morning. Slow start, but he's caught some over the last 15 or so minutes.
You know, it's that time of the year where a lot of guys are like, they're out. There's still a handful of guys fighting for that chance at the Elites, but there's a huge group of guys that know going into that last event that it's over.
We're going to see some decisions being made for sure with just only the Classic in sight. These guys are going to go for it. There will be someone in the top 10 at the Harris Chain on the final day of the season that make the Elite Series because they got the top 10.
100%.
This is a good one for Hargrove.
Ooh, boom. Give me some, man. Boom, baby. Number 2.
Hold it up.
That's a good. That's one you need today.
Maybe a 4-pounder?
4.5.
4.5?
4.5.
I feel like he was honest, Such.
Yeah.
Shaking. Shaking.
EQs are looking for honest anglers to come up to the Elite Series, Mr. Hackney.
It's hard to get that out of a bass fisherman.
Daggone.
At least every day, anyway.
4.5 pounder will put him into 2nd place from 6th. That's a huge bite
I
for
couldn't see
him,
that
and this
one.
is his.
I could see some small ones.
I'll call
Could
this
not see
his
that one.
best event of the season. He has a 10th place finish at Eufaula, Oklahoma earlier this year, but otherwise his only other in the cut, in the check range finish. And with this fish right here, I can almost guarantee he's probably not going to drop down to 10th today. He started the day in 3rd, and we're going to dub this our St. Croix rods replay of the day. The biggest fish we've seen so far. This one looked a little more full than the Kyle Patrick 4-pounders, and so a 4.5 is what we will call it for Andrew Hargrove. Drop shotting around the edges and ends of docks. It's not necessarily the dock that's key for a lot of these anglers, it's the brush that lives around it. These fish are relating to the tops of it. The bait fish maybe gather up there in the mornings, and Andrew Hargrove said, hey, I don't care which way it comes, I'll take a 4.5 to start my day.
Phoenix Boats, big bass leader with that 4.5 pounder, Ronnie.
I've seen a couple 6-pounders come in throughout the week as well.
2
each day.
6.5s. I was kind of
Yeah.
impressed. Saw several 5s come across the board in the weigh-ins, and then 2 6.5s. Luke Palmer and Daryl Gleason.
That's what I was fixing to say. A couple of elite guys
Yeah.
catching the 6-pounders this week.
It's
pretty impressive, though. Even his rookie season, he's had his second top 10 of the year.
He said, I graduated from Tarleton and Tarleton State in Texas right there, which has produced a few professional anglers on other tours. But Andrew said, I wanted to give it a shot. My first year hasn't gone the way I thought, but after coming off another top 10, you know how anglers are. They're down in the, hey, I'm going to give it one more go. Like this was his 1 year he was going to do it, but he's starting to kind of gain those instincts that he said that, you may not have fishing as a team in college. Okay. He's kind of gaining some of those instincts on his own and would love to go one more year and try it again.
Oh, he's going one more year, Ronnie.
No doubt.
With that last fish catch.
Oh, yeah.
He's going one more year.
He's looking at the 2030
right.
Open season, the schedule. John Garrett hooked up.
John Garrett, another one of those even-keeled anglers that just seems to be, just keep it real level all the time.
There we go. Number 4.
Him up to about 3rd place.
A lot of changing going on in one bite just keeps.
Do 2. I'll weigh him in a little bit, let you know a little more.
John Garrett's been so close to the Bassmaster Elite Series qualification a couple years. I believe he's got 3 different open seasons where he's been within, 5 spots of making it, just missing out. And then also, we talked about it during the break, he's made the Classic through the College Series, but missed out on another Classic berth because of a culling infraction in one of the opens at the Arkansas River.
Yep.
I mean, he realistically, as an open angler, he's a seasoned veteran, and he will be very, very competitive in the elites.
Kind of an old soul in a young man's body.
100%.
The way he fishes, he kind of is more of a, he's an offshore angler, but not necessarily in the forward-facing sonar generation. He's a triangulation and side imaging kind of person, idling the Tennessee River, and he's really done all over the place. Green River Lake in Kentucky was a place that he did well in the College Series for a championship one year. Tin Killer, Chickamauga, it's been all over the map for John Garrett. We've seen some moves and some shakes this segment. Andrew Hargrove in a 4.5 pounder, that helps a whole bunch. John Garrett's gonna move up after that fish. We've seen some catches already this morning. Tyler Williams, our defending champ, our reigning champ from last week, trying to win again. Kyle Patrick started the day 1 ounce behind. He's had a great start to his morning. Andrew Hargrove he's in his second top 10 ever, looking to make it even sweeter with possibly a win today as well.
Give me some, man.
That will do it, a 4.5 pounder. That helps your morning big time. As we take a look at our leaderboard, updated after that Hargrove catch, he has moved into 2nd place from 6th with 1 swing of the bat. Look how close those weights are, 39, 38, 37, 36. The only one who's slacking behind is Dice Keikita, but he is swinging for it today with a big glide bait. We will see some action from him hopefully very soon up the river at Lake of the Ozarks.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Lake of the Ozarks from Osage, Missouri is presented by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Bassmaster Live here at Lake of the Ozarks. Final day action here. Jamie Bruce, your day 2 leader, carried a slim lead over the competition, and he is still looking to get on the board. He called himself last night on the phone the worst dock fisherman in the field, so it's impressive that he's had the lead after 2 days, but certainly not his strength, but something that he needs to get better on, especially if he wants to make the Elite Series, which he is currently qualified for. He's hooked up, first bite of the day.
Come here, honey. Got us a chunk, Daddy.
Well, the deal, one bite for him is huge right now. Just getting him back in the groove again.
Those are good filler here. You get a couple magnums to go with those, and that's fine with me. We ain't gonna zero, Bubba.
He definitely does have the Gussie accent.
He does.
Strong.
I had all those little spots pecking at my jig all morning. I was starting to think I forgot how to catch them. Just whacking away on live. $4.86. Just kidding. She's a 2-pounder. I'd sooner have that than just, you know, a bunch of just keepers, because that one you can still weigh in and win. A lot of these bags look like everyone's just catching 3.5 pounders to get 17, 18 pounds, but what they all look like, or most of them look like, is just a couple magnums and a couple of little chunks, so that's fine. We got us a start.
Jamie Bruce getting started there. Like he said, not every 17-pound bag is made equal. A lot of these guys have caught 3 to 3.5 pounders consistent throughout the day. I think Andy Newcomb said that. He said, I just had real solid, and then yesterday I might have had smaller fish overall than the other day, but I had a giant. You know, I had a 5 to 6 pounder, and that's super key. And so it doesn't matter how you get there as long as you get to the right weight.
There's a couple guys who average about 3 pounds each fish, 3+, and got over 16 pounds.
And you can tell Jamie Bruce, he's still confident.
Oh, yeah.
Even though that was his first fish of the day, you can tell he's still thinking about winning.
Had 187 anglers come out. Day one, we had 117 limits. He averaged about 2.5 pounds each fish. And yesterday, 104 limits. It went down just a
brush. There we go. Feels big. Yeah, John. I know my line's frayed up too. Ah, there we go, baby. Woo.
Well, John does have a little fire there, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, big for number 5, baby. I love you. I love you. She had me hung. Yeah, she had me hung in the brush at first. Didn't know if I was gonna get her out. Oh my gosh, my line is chewed up. I got so lucky. There we go. That one got me going.
When you're on a season like he's on, you're not lucky. It's just the way it goes.
That one got me going.
Heck, I've heard you say about the exact same thing as what he just
Thank you, Lord.
said.
That is a limit for him. A little bit of shakes going on there. That's the way it goes when you're having a stellar season. I told him last night on the phone, you have basically secured everything. The only thing you haven't secured is a classic berth, trying to win and in today or in the last event of the season next month. So for our Mercury move of the day, first angler to a limit, why don't we dub him our big mover from below the top 5 into the top 3 currently, and definitely with that last one being his biggest, that's a huge difference maker.
And he's doing a little bit of everything. He's drop shot and Texas rig, bladed jig.
Got a couple 1.5 pounders. Everything's under 2.5 pounds except that last fish, the 5-pounder. Our Phoenix Boat's big bass of the day.
Ah, there we go, baby. Woo. Oh, big for number 5, baby.
Old big
Second
for
place.
number 5. That's always what you want. Go get 4 fish and then your biggest of the morning so far. But he would love to call out some of those early keepers as we go just around the bend. Still in that Grand Glaze region of Lake of the Ozarks. One of the places you won't see many docks. You won't see a ton of boat traffic, especially this morning. But Kyle Patrick has started strong. 2 good ones to start.
That'll keep, I think.
You'll notice if you see him move his rod real hard, what he's doing is making sure you can see that bait on his front-facing sonar. That's the reason watch him do that a lot.
Big boys.
He's making sure that he's looking at the fish and he's making sure his bait is where it needs to be. I watched him do that on all the ones right before he caught them. He's moving that bait to the fish. He's making sure it's getting right to him.
Dude, I don't know if I need to leave here. Like, it's kind of risky to call that a 2-pounder.
So take a look above Kyle Patrick. Got live drones out there as well throughout the day. Kind of fishing a bluff bank, but not right up against the parallel,
Yeah,
a
so,
little bit off.
Like I said, I found a hard spot in the back of that pocket, and it had just a ton of bait on it in practice. I didn't really get bit by big ones. I had a few small keeper bites. And then, I basically idled this whole, area and marked brush piles all around it. Day 1 of the tournament, I caught a 3 and a 2.5 in here and then left. Day 2, when my original spot that I caught them all in on day 1 didn't work out, I came here and caught 15 and change. So I figured I'd come back because I kind of I laid off them, and I was fortunate to catch 2, mid-4s, and I've got like a 2-pounder in there. So we just need 3.5s, and it's funny that the bait, the big ones just recently started pulling in, I think, because truly I couldn't catch a keeper back there in practice. So I think that transition, that weird transition stage they were in during our practice is kind of, over or getting to be over, and they're, the big ones are starting to move up shallow. I'd be shocked if someone didn't catch them this morning on like a buzz bait or a plopper in the right area. But yeah, that's sort of the deal here. And brush piles are super key because I can kind of stay in this zone and then cycle back to the really good spot back there and kind of let that be and fish my way out. I caught the 4-pounder on the first 4-pounder on the brush pile over there. So yeah, I think it's important just to have a lot of areas like within your best area, to have a lot of areas close by on this lake, because that boat traffic, it really does play a role in how you fish this place. Your boats are getting beat up, and a 30-minute run in the morning could end up being an hour and 20 minutes back because of how bad the traffic is on weekends. So that's sort of why I decided to graph a lot in this area. I felt like if I could find some good stuff, it would be nice to have a place to sort of settle down. If I wasn't catching them, far away from here, I would come in here and kind of just fish around and hope for the right bites.
Three bass for 10 to 11 pounds, give or take. He's got 2 of the right ones, one that he wants to get rid of. Great start for Kyle Patrick.
He called them mid-4s. Did you hear him say that?
Yeah, mid-4s and a 2-pounder. Not too shabby for the angler from New York representing the Northeast today, along with Tyler Williams in our top 10, and he's got a slim lead because John Garrett added a good one of his own and has a 5-fish limit. We'll see if Patrick can put number 4 and number 5 in the box when we get back to Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. John Garrett making a move, probably farther from takeoff than he has all day after getting a quick limit for the most part near takeoff. Just got his kicker fish as well. Lake of the Ozarks here on the final day. Now he's looking for a place to maybe upgrade his weight. Cull out the other small ones. That's the name of the game. The 5 biggest fish each day of competition. At the end of the week, 15 fish maximum. Could lead you to a Bassmaster Open victory, a classic berth, and even more as we go out to a 4-box with Kyle Patrick, John Garrett, Jamie Bruce, and Andy Newcomb.
6-pounder, tree pounder.
This is the 8th of our 9 EQ Elite Qualifier events to get into Bassmaster's top circuit next year. Top 9 will qualify.
You know, you've had guys in the past that qualified that didn't fish. That is a thing of the past.
3 o'clock check-in, correct?
That'll never happen again.
Oh yeah, no one will fish.
Yeah, they went down the list sometimes.
Yeah.
Said,
all these guys. That's
well,
the
they guys
thing.
had to enter specifically for the 9
3.
elite qualifiers. You went through the opens to requalify for the elites in 2020. You said it was the most stressful fall of your life.
It really was. I'm not saying that these guys feel that because I was in a little different situation, but they're feeling a lot of pressure because, you know, they set a goal in life. They want to fish the elites, and I was in that same situation. I wanted to come back to the elites, you know, so it was so stressful. I was so glad when it was over with.
You and Jason Chris were kind of leading the points all year, but the one bad day, you told me that, one bad day. You had one day where you had 2 little fish at like noon or something, and
He wants it too.
we're staring down a 100-place finish, which would have ruined your season.
Right. I think it does help some now fishing 9 events.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
You can
a
slip
guy
a little.
Even out.
A guy can have a bad tournament and come back from it. When it was only 4 events, you couldn't have a bad one. They all had to be good ones.
Yeah, like Tyler Williams, he's had a 96 and 102nd, and he's inside our top 10.
You can be a little streaky. You can have a bad one, and then you
Couple
go
top
top
10s
2, top
and a
5,
win.
or something like that.
And we saw guys at the beginning of this deal that had really high finishes that were way up there, and then they've slowly
Peter off a little bit.
Yeah.
Slow down as the season's changing. Fishing from February or early March all the way until October, you could be a good spawn angler early in the year or a great smallmouth angler and have a shot or 2. But then when you get to the fall, it can flip you on your head. The fact that a limit isn't guaranteed is the big thing. You think if I just catch a limit each day, the rest of the season I can make it. Well, you come in with 1, you come in with 3. We saw guys in the top 10 after day 1 only bring in 3 bass yesterday. You drop real quick.
I think that's what's so impressive about JT and John Garrett is that they have not really missed a beat.
Yeah.
And Trey
regardless of the
McKinney.
season. And
Don't forget Trey McKinney. Those 3 are almost assured they will be.
Yeah.
You said
Trey had a
pretty much
terrible
they will.
finish this week, 16th. 16th. That's terrible for these 3. Over the last couple.
16th, come on. They had
Take a look
18-3
at
on day 1 and only 11 and 5 ounces yesterday.
Our Phoenix
Trey
Boats
McKinney.
weather watch. Like we said earlier with Fox weather, highs maybe hitting 80 today, maybe high 70s, lows in the 60s. Sunny with light winds, but
cloud cover's coming, Ronnie.
There is a little bit of clouds, and we should see a lot more boat traffic, which means those light winds normally put a ripple on the surface. We'll have plenty of surface, disturbance that a lot of anglers oftentimes want a little bit. They don't want it slick calm because fish get a little bit more spooky. They know you're there. Your presence is felt a lot more.
And these fish are used to rough water.
Yeah.
I mean, they live in it every day.
Live in a bathtub.
Right. So
washing machine.
It may affect the fisherman. It won't affect the fish.
Bunch out there chasing bait.
Back to Jamie Bruce. You heard the Gussie last time he spoke, didn't you?
See a couple out in the bait balls here. We're just trying to keep an open mind right now. it's been different every day, so there's no need to panic. Just gonna keep enjoying the ride. Might go run a bunch of new water. This stuff's been getting pretty stepped on by the locals, and they're a little bit educated, but we got one in the box, which is fine. You need some filler out here. There's plenty of big ones, but it's really hard to get 5 of them. So if you can get some decent, 2-pounders, 2.5-pounders, and a couple big papa plums to go with them, then you're in business. But so far, no panic. Just enjoying it. If you panic around, it's just not going to happen. So I'm just going to enjoy it. Like I said earlier, I'm a bass fishing nerd, so I got Jake behind the camera, and he's been a pleasure to talk to. We got an all-day podcast going right now, it seems like. Just need to add some fish to the box to get us rolling here. Not even a dock dinger there. I just learned how to skip this week. We don't have anything back in Canada, up in northwestern Ontario, that looks like this, so I've got it to where I can at least get it where I want it about half the time. But if Hackney's watching right now, he's probably just shaking his head. That's part of the reason why I'm using this big 3/4 ounce jig, though, is it's just a straight reaction. So if you get too close or whatever, like, you don't have to line up your cast perfect, that quick fall makes them forget about the boat real quick. I've caught some like vertical jigging on it, some helpers, and a couple shorts today doing it, but we're gonna keep bouncing, hop on a few new points, and see how she goes. Let's roll, Jakey.
Bruce is from the same region of Canada that 2023 Bassmaster Classic champion Jeff Gustafson hails.
I think he caught him pretty good made the trip
down to Knoxville to support Gussie.
Did he?
And he was there. So here's some more Bassmaster trivia. Not Greg Hackney related, but how many elite rookies made the Classic, I'm assuming, after this season, this year's rookie class?
This year, Ronnie, it's a 2024 next year's Classic, yes.
So out of our 10 rookies, how many do you think, Greg, made the Classic? A3, B4, C6, and D7.
I would think it would have to be at least C6.
I believe it's C6, and if Tyler Williams, Andy Newcomb, or Brad Jelinek win, it could go to 7.
There's stipulations. Yes. You're right. You are right on it, Ronnie. We've talked about it a little bit.
It was a strong rookie class.
And 5 of them came from the Opens. The other one was Will Davis from the Bass Nation, who won an event.
4 of our 9 Elite Series events won by a rookie this year as well.
Unbelievable. Year of the rookie.
David Gaston is watching intently on Andy Newcomb, Brad Jelinek, and Tyler Williams. If any of those guys win today, they would not get the Classic berth, or like Tyler's case, would double qualify.
Double qualify would be
bump down, and
to the elites.
it would move to him in the point standings. Meanwhile, Cole Sands, Elite Series rookie, was the last man in by 1 point. So 7 of our 10 could end up in the Classic.
Then guess who's next in line after that?
Scott Martin.
Scott Martin.
He's been Bubble Boy every year on the Elite Series for the Classic. It's been very interesting to watch it play out. Kyle Patrick got a little bit closer to accurate after weighing those 3 fish. Almost 11 pounds with 3 fish. That's a great start for him. John Garrett off to a good start as well. A limit in the boat. He's in 2nd place. Andrew Hargrove moving into 3rd place. We'll see those 3 and more when we come back.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Lake of the Ozarks from Osage, Missouri is presented by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at Lake of the Ozarks. Kyle Patrick, he's the man of the day so far, but I wouldn't count any of the 10 anglers fishing today out of it just yet. He's gotten off to a good start this morning, taken the lead and has built a little bit of a lead, but With every catch of our top 10, that leaderboard gets a little closer and closer. You can see how they lay out on the map. Got about 4 right in the close vicinity of the takeoff. Got 4 that went towards the dam and a couple that went east, or to the west and upriver. Speaking of Kyle Patrick, what a great start to his day so far. Fishing some offshore brush piles, had a hard spot in the back of a creek where some bait fish was gathered, but every time he set the hook this morning, Greg Hadney, it was a good one.
I mean, he calls them mid-4s. Those are big ones.
Lake of the Ozarks putting out some good fish this week, but for Kyle Patrick to get started with 2 4+ pounders to kick off his day, he just got his 3rd keeper, a 2-pounder or so, just a couple minutes ago. He's on pace to have the weight that he wants. You can catch 20 non-keepers, 20 small keepers, and work your way up, or you can just start with the right ones off the bat. We saw John Garrett catch quite a few numbers this morning. Various tactics, throwing a bladed jig, also drop shotting, also throwing a jig at times as well on the bottom. And then after catching 1 or 2, 3 or 4 smaller keepers, he ended up catching a big one as well.
You do hear brush being a big deal. They're all keying on some type of brush, either under docks or
places like what John Garrett's fishing, Kyle Patrick. Those places get replenished. A lot of tournaments come out of the Grand Glaze region. There's always a good fish population, and this is the one portion of the lake that doesn't have many docks, so we're seeing some different approaches there. There's the big one right there for number 5.
5-pounder.
Meanwhile, Andrew Hargrove started the day in 3rd place. Quiet mornings for about the first hour. Then he gets started with a smaller keeper right here. And then he got the kicker he needs. So we're seeing the top 5 or 6 anglers all have a bite that they don't mind weighing in later. That means it's been a good start to their morning, especially in the fall.
Ooh, give me some, man.
He's former college angler from Tarleton State. That's the kind of bite that he wants to keep himself in the game. Trying to fend off guys like Andy Newcomb and Brad Jelinek, locals here at Lake of the Ozarks. Andy Newcomb started off strong, caught 2 fish without moving the boat on the same set of docks. It's dangerous when a local goes off intuition, and he went up the river today to start the final day, about 30 minutes or so, and he said, I may run a lot of different history, and there may be a time where I have to pause it and fish the moment on what I've learned this morning.
Yeah, Hackney, what are the pitfalls of the guys who are on their home lake?
You know, a guy like Kyle Patrick is locked into what he has found in practice.
This week.
So in a way, that's good because that keeps him from wondering. He concentrating, spending all his fishing
my
time
old
right
spot,
here.
My history spot, I caught one 5-pounder 2 years ago.
Yeah, but Andy Newcomb, on the other hand, is like running down the lake and go, I've caught a big one right there, I've caught a big one right there, maybe not this week. So
it's got to balance itself.
Yeah. It can be hard on a guy that's a local because he knows so much.
Find out. Oh.
Like Patrick Walters at Santee Cooper this
Tons of activity
his worst event.
It's the reason he didn't win AOY.
You just get spun out. You just running so much stuff. You keep thinking, I'll just keep moving until I fish one of my places that has them.
Well, what are the benefits? Look at like a Will Davis Jr. winning on Lay Lake this year.
Tough, but here's a really tough event. That really seems to be when locals more than not have the advantage because they know the places where they live to grind it out, where a guy that's not familiar with the lake can easily fish over a place that only has 1 or 2 bites because it's hard to get bites. It seems to be when we go to good lakes during good periods of time, locals are not near the factor. Typically, the locals really dominate if we go to a lake and the fishing is off or it's not good. Our whole group excels when the fishing's good. They all catch them.
Right.
And it seems to take out that local advantage. But when you go to a lake and the fishing's off, the locals always seem to have the advantage just because they know where they live at day in and day out.
JT Tompkins, one of the first fish catches we saw this morning, but it's been quiet a little bit since.
I think it's just a little too shallow.
To go out with Andrew Hargrove.
Has any of them said anything about the water clarity?
I know that's why a couple guys who were flipping docks, whether they were fishing brush on the bottom or flipping and swimming or, just around those walkways, they were talking about using a 3/4 ounce jig because of how quick it falls, that they were able to get a lot more bites because the water's clear. You'd think that, maybe a more natural presentation, but you guys note on the elite level, I mean, when that bait drops by their face so fast and it's clear, they have to do something. They have to react or just let it go on past. And so, hasn't had a ton of clarity changes. No one mentioned that it got dirty, like up the river or anything like that, but you can definitely tell it's a little bit different of a clarity. Like it's not dirty, but it's not super clear, unlike the dam and the bottom end of the lake.
Hackney, did you ever end up slaying the Missouri Dragon after your first bad experience, your first tournament ever?
I fished another event there that was decent, but that first time was a really bad experience. But, bad experiences build character, so.
In 98, how old you?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's a while ago.
That has been quite a while ago.
That's a half a lifetime ago. "25 years. So what have you learned, or what's been the big changes in the sport for you? Obviously, we've had power poles and anchors come along. You've had electronics, boats.
Ronnie, I've seen all the changes.
Yes. Yes.
No, for real. Think about this. When I started fishing, I had my first GPS in 2003, okay? That was to fish the 03 Classic in New Orleans. I started my career with two 1240A Lowrance flashers. No GPS on my boat as a professional. Since that period of time, we've seen the Navionics chip. We've seen side scan. Now we've seen front-facing sonar, power poles. I mean,
spot lock.
Everything. So I've been here through it all.
Yeah.
I mean, that ought to warrant me a trip to Possum Kingdom right there.
You can't get to the current all-time B.A.S.S money leader without having to adjust and adapt. And we always wanted to pitch you in a corner of being a shallow water guy or this or that. But I mean, I've seen you do very well with a drop shot at Sturgeon Bay and smallmouth events. Like you got a top 10 at Lake St. Clair this year.
You have to do it all to survive in the Elite Series. You cannot be one-dimensional. Those guys are not here anymore.
Where'd they go?
They went away.
Speaking of not being one-dimensional, what do you think of next year's schedule? You've seen it, starting out in Texas, Toledo Bend and Lake Fork.
It's so different. It's so exciting. That's what makes it exciting to me, because it's not the same-o, same-o. It's different lakes at different times of the year.
And Florida, even if we're going to the same lakes, like Harris Chain and St. John's, it's in a time we've never, April. What do you expect there?
2 months later than usual.
The fishing in Florida just gets better as the weather gets warmer. So overall fishing will be better on those places.
Back to Lake Murray then in May.
And we know how good Lake Murray's going to be. We saw that this year. It's top 5, top 3 in the nation.
Especially tournament lakes. I mean, you can have higher weights elsewhere, but through the top 10, it was about as close as you can get. And that was one where Drew Benton was 10th and won the event going into the final day.
Toledo Bend will produce the biggest weights of the whole season. And there will be a really, really strong chance that we will see a fish in the teens while we're there.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really
bigger than Fork, you're predicting.
Oh, yeah, Fork is no comparison to Toledo. Toledo's a much better. It has a lot of fish in it, and it's big, and people can spread out, and it has grass. I mean, it has a lot going for it, and it just kind of depends on weather. If it's warm or is it cold.
Yeah.
I hate to say this, but I feel like the weights will be bigger there if it's cold. The colder it is, keeps the fish bunched up, and they've not made that transition to the bank yet.
I'm all right if it's cold.
Oh yeah, it'll be.
'Cause I'm in here. It's temperature controlled.
Perfect in here, isn't it, Ronnie?
And warm too in June on Wheeler Lake and Smith Lake. What do you think of those two?
So Smith Lake is an unknown that time of the year. We've been there before earlier in the year, but or later.
Not in late June, 27th to 30th.
I'm kind of excited about that.
Yeah. It'll be a little bit washing machine like we'll see later this afternoon at Ozarks when people wake up before the 4th of July.
But I think that'll help, That'll be your current and your wind.
What I love to see at Smith, like in Ozarks, you can see a guy maybe catching all spotted bass, deep, offshore, maybe suspended fish, and they can have the same weight or within a pound of someone fishing in a foot of water in the backs of a creek. And you can get away from people in those places or at that lake.
If you look at the map of Smith, it will look similar, just a smaller version to this lake.
Yeah.
It does on the map. I guess it's the Alabama Dragon.
Maybe so. And then we're finishing off with Northern Swing, Champlain, and St. Lawrence. We got to finish up this season first here, Ronnie.
Yeah, we do for the Opens, and we got one more event coming up. You were talking about the Northern Swing next year, though. This year's Northern Swing, 105 pounds, four guys over 100. Kyle Welcher would have broke it if he didn't have only but 3 hours of fishing on the final day to get it done. He was 4 ounces short, but next time we'll bring you Bassmaster live on Fox Sports 1 for the Opens, because we'll see you next week for the College Series. The Open at the Harris Chain of Lakes, I believe it's the second week of October. Around October 14th, we'll see you there. Harris Chain's got a lot to offer. You could go make a long run, fish Lake Apopka. That's been a place that's on the rise lately. You've got Harris, Little Harris, Eustis, Dora, Beauclair, Griffin. There's so many different lakes and so many places. Maybe we won't have half the field gathered up in one grass patch this time. We'll see them spread out, but this is where records were set. The College Series 3-day event, we had over 80 pounds for 3 days. We'll see if we can do that for the Opens in a few weeks. And this currently, if it were to end today, this is who would make the Bassmaster Elite Series. We already have Kenta Kamura on the Elites, but these are the top 9 other than him. JT Tompkins, John Garrett, Trey McKinney basically solidified their spots. Robert G. trying to do that today. Kyle Patrick, your unofficial leader of the tournament, hanging tough in the top 10 as well. Saturday on Fox, Corey Seager leads the Rangers against the Mariners as each team battles for a spot in the postseason, or the Orioles continue their fight for the AL East crown as they take on the Red Sox. It all begins at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, Saturday on Fox. A lot of baseball series with high implications late in the year, and I guess if your team's not already clinched, at least they're playing meaningful baseball. Rangers and Mariners will be doing that the rest of the go, as they're just half a game, 1 game, 2 games apart for the most part in the AL West.
These guys are doing some meaningful fishing here, Ronnie.
Yes. Coming down to the wire, counting today, just 4 days left in the Bassmaster Open season, and only 2 of those for most of the field are guaranteed. Day 1 and day 2 at our next event, guaranteed.
Balls of shad, see it?
Out to our day 2 leader, Jamie Bruce.
Little shad-nado going on down there. There's one.
Wow.
Oh, she's a spot. My favorite.
Gotta be 12 inches still.
All day long. She stuck me. It came right out of shad-nado.
Jamie's from that part of the country where they fish blowdowns. They don't fish laydowns, they fish blowdowns.
Hey, just 3 5s and we're good.
And they fish weed lines, they don't fish
Which
grass.
can actually happen on this lake.
I was looking at a map of Kenora and saw Lake of the Woods Chevrolet, Lake of the Woods Hospital, Lake of the Woods College, Timmy Hortons, Lake of the Woods Liquor, and then it said beer store. That's it, just beer store. The Canadians are proud of that.
This is one also key thing. We talk about the dock fishing, but the brush around the docks is the structure. There's also a couple different types of bait fish. We see this shad-nado, as Jamie Bruce called it, a big ball of bait fish, big ball of shad, different types of shad. We also have big gizzard shad on the lake. So you might be fishing around bait, but it depends. You spot a bass probably around that smaller bait. You may see that 5 or 6 pound largemouth around gizzard shad.
I'll slow start, but that's no surprise. I mentioned it earlier, but I've been running lots of new water, and I've got a few dots that I haven't been to yet in the tournament from practice, but kind of just driving by and whipping into what looks good. So it's, you know, we got 2 little ones, and this lake's full of big ones, so it can happen quick, and we're just going to enjoy it. I'm not taking any minute of this day for granted. I don't, you know, an opportunity like this for someone that lives 20 to 30 hours away from every tournament is, you know, you really can't take it lightly. So we're going to enjoy it. We've caught some shorts and a couple keepers. Going to finish off this dock here and might go run some deeper stuff, but it's been fun. I did do a little bit of practice before coming down here because I knew there were so many docks. We have one lake back home with largemouth and docks. And I went out there, you know, to do a little warm up, and I got yelled at by multiple different people. You know, it's just a different world there. And we just whipped by this dock here, and the folks were out, and they said they're watching on Bass Live, and didn't yell at me, so yeah. It's a different dynamic in these dock worlds, but we're just gonna keep hopping. We're not gonna grow any moss on us today. Keep plopping that 3/4 ounce jig in front of them. If they don't want to eat that, they can starve.
I like that. I'm going to throw this bait, and if they're not going to eat it, I guess those fish will starve tonight.
All right, let's make
The other
it
ones will
raw.
get treated to a nice little showcase on Bass Live, and then it's be held up at the weigh-in in front of what should be a good crowd at Lake of the Ozarks. This place always puts out the people at the Bass weigh-ins for sure over there at Public Beach, #2 Grand Glaze region of the lake.
But he does have just the utmost confidence in the bait that got him
For sure.
here today.
And in a time of the year where you could catch a 5 bass limit on 5 different baits, in theory, you could go flip a jig, you could throw a top water, maybe a bladed jig, drop shot, all kinds of things you could incorporate. For someone to be honed into one gig, does that provide a little bit of clarity? They don't have to worry about, I want to try this, I want to try that. But also when it's not working, it's like, I just need to put it in the right 5 places to get 5 more fish or 5 more bites.
I think that's the big deal. Is it kind of goes back to that deal we were talking about earlier, that he is locked into what he found in practice, and that's the way he's caught the big ones. And I think that's what's keeping him going. He's made mention that a couple times. He's not necessarily been catching a great average. He's been catching a couple big ones every day.
What you want to bet it's
he
14
thinks the keepers will come.
7/8.
He just needs to
I ain't
catch
even
those 2
gonna bet
big
that.
ones.
I know he's 14 1/4. These things are little rascals. Yep, 14.
That one will not keep, but it was a bite for Robert G.
Big ones live here, though.
And I know we've seen John Garrett catch a limit on at least 4 different lures.
Yep.
They're biting it funny, though. I had like 4 bites on that cast before one got it.
This is a little bit of a college fishing warm-up for next week's live shows. Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. We'll bring you live coverage for 2 of those days on Fox
Might be
Sports
an
1 and
afternoon
other coverage on
today.
Bassmaster.com. We'll get to see the best of the best, some of the biggest powerhouses,
Down here.
Auburn, Bethel University, and Montevallo in our college bracket. And we're looking at 3 former college anglers, Andrew Hargrove from Tarleton State right there in Texas, Robert G. from the University of Tennessee, and John Garrett from Bethel University. 2 of those bottom 2 will be most likely Elite Series rookies next year. Robert G. will be the first one from the University of Tennessee, and I believe John Garrett will be the 4th from Bethel University to make the
Kind
Elite
of speaks
Series.
kudos for the whole collegiate bass fishing, doesn't it?
We could pump something up and keep saying it, but if it doesn't end up coming to fruition, then we're just hyping it up for no reason. But when we see it come in,
Oh, yeah,
you know
we see it.
it's a pathway. Like I mentioned, the live coverage of the Strike King Bassmaster College Series, the bracket, we have taken it from the full season, all of the events, Team of the Year, the National Championship, and we have formulated the top 4 teams, which will now break up into individuals, 8 anglers in bracketed competition for 3 days to see who will be the lone college angler that can call themselves the College Classic Bracket Champion. They'll represent the whole series on the Opens next year and at the Bassmaster Classic.
Pretty good carrot at the end of that stick there. A classic berth. from the college series. Hackney, you didn't grow up with that.
No, that's all come, but again, it goes back to I've seen it all. So just another one of those things that have come along during a long career.
And I mean, I'll look at the list real quick of the College Classic bracket champions from the past. I believe there's been a decade or 12 years at least of winners that have now gone on. Andrew Upshaw, he is so close to elite qualification after a stumble this week.
He had a rough
Matt
time
Lee,
this week.
Jordan Lee, both have been pros. Brett Pruitt made it to the pro level. John Garrett, 2016 winner. He's on his way and should be solidified after today's competition.
Jacob
Cody
Fouts.
Huff almost won an Elite Series event this year and last year. Got Jacob Fouts in there. Talked about that. Trevor McKinney's been so close as well. Louis Minetti is our current representative.
I mean, Jordan Lee, two-time
Not too
Classic
bad.
champ.
Not too shabby. Back-to-back as well. One of the 4 anglers to do that. Kyle Patrick on top trying to make his unofficial Classic berth official later today. He'll go to Grand Lake in Oklahoma if he can hold on. John Garrett's trying to just double up, make the Elites and the Classic, solidify both of those today. We will see who rises above in the next segment. Bassmaster Live. Later today, it's a huge doubleheader on Fox, starting with Derek Carr and the Saints taking on Jordan Love and the Packers, or other regional action. Then in America's Game of the Week, Justin Fields and the Bears battle Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, or Cowboys Cardinals, all on Fox and the Fox Sports app. I like the team that's not far from your hometown or your where you currently reside, the New Orleans Saints. They got a pretty easy schedule, and they got a good division, and they really, I think they got a lot of pieces that are going to be successful for them this year.
They've been winning some close ones.
Close.
Yeah.
Good division, meaning they can win it.
Yes. Good for them. A good division for them.
Good for them. Good for Evan Harper over here. Maybe.
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 Look deep. He's bleeding. Don't do that. I don't think so. We're gonna measure him just to be sure. Now.
Not a keeper for Andrew Hargrove. That one in between the dots.
Seems like it might have slowed down just a little bit. We had that early morning flurry. They started off really strong, and it seems like now it's maybe not midday, of course, but it seems like this might be a little down period.
And we've seen some of our leaders, the guys who were catching them the best, Kyle Patrick, John Garrett, both make moves. Maybe they feel secure in what they've caught, and now they're swinging for the win. Like they're doing an adjustment they wouldn't have normally made if it was a full field day or something like that. Meanwhile, JT Tompkins, like you said, he's one of those guys who got off to a quick start and it's kind of slowed down for him. This is the time where if Jamie Bruce catches 2 or 3 fish, he can rise back up to the top pretty quick because it's not too far from his grasps after just catching 2 keepers so far this morning.
Yeah, John Garrett, who started 8th, and Brad Jelinek, who started 9th, are the only guys with limits right now, both around 12 pounds, are sitting in 2nd and 3rd.
Word is we're supposed to have a camera in the boat with Brad Jelinek, but our cameraman got stranded at one of the airports and did not make his flight to get there in time this morning or last night or this morning to be in the boat with Brad. But we do have, I believe, an observer with him, logging the fish and keeping us up to date with that. Hate that, because excited to watch Brad fish I called him and told him, I said, hey, just a heads up, this might be your first B.A.S.S event, but I know your name, so don't play possum with me, for lack of a better term. I know that you're good at this lake, because if I know your name and we've never covered you in a tournament, you've caught them in other tournaments that I've paid attention to. So Andy and Brad are the local representatives on that aspect.
You think his observer might send us some bonus footage just so we could at least be able to tell the folks at home what's going on?
Yeah, I would love to see.
Like he might send us
especially because he said topwater might be on the docket today. John Garrett hooked up. He's got to be decent to Cole. He doesn't have all big ones, but most of them haven't really had to measure.
It's funny, we've seen him go to the bank, go back out, fish brush, go back and forth, but he really hasn't made any big moves. He's still in that same general vicinity. Now, is he in the area he's fished all week?
Yeah, he said in practice, doing this pattern of fishing deeper brush, offshore, transition areas, he said that he found two main areas. One right by the ramp, that general region had the right recipe, and then also all the way at the dam, which he said is the risk versus reward. They may be slightly bigger at the dam, but I may have a whole lot less time fishing. I may have a lot more variables on making it back. He obviously wanted to just do well the first 2 days and survive, so said maybe today we'll see something
Dude, if they
different,
start biting on these points, it's gonna get really interesting. I mean, it's not a big one, obviously, but if they were to start biting on these points, it would be very interesting.
It just still doesn't look like, looking at the footage there, there's still not a lot of boat traffic yet. It does look like it's gotten cloudy. Their sunshine is going away. So what's the deal about everybody fishing barefoot?
I don't know.
Do their feet stink? Is that what the problem is? That they wear shoes or sandals? Causes their feet to stink?
I worry about hooks in my feet, and I would not. Maybe when you're standing there still, you don't have to worry about it, but when I fight a fish and you're gonna go run around the boat or go land it, I don't need to worry where I step. So I'm gonna be wearing tennis shoes.
Plugs laying around.
Oh my.
Yeah, I don't
know about
but
that.
A lot of guys, I've noticed, we have at least
kidding me?
2 in the top 10 fishing barefoot.
Yeah.
Both Northeast guys, too.
What on
Maybe that's the
earth?
Maybe in that part of the country they have stinky feet. They're just airing them out.
Okay.
Maybe it makes them feel more like part of the environment.
They're embracing their inner Aaron Martins, maybe.
Aaron used to wear a pair of socks.
Toe socks.
Yeah, toe socks.
Some nice ones, though. I did an article on sandals versus athletic footwear, and a lot of guys say they want to have that, be able to.
I don't understand how those guys fish in flip-flops, how they stay in them.
No, those.
Like keep them sliding out. Or you get something falls in between your toes.
You still get your foot hooked. Guy sent me a picture of
You had rage bugs between your toes before?
treble hook in his foot.
There's fish, lime, crawfish pieces, all that stuff.
We're going to another barefoot bandit.
And this boy got big feet. Like, he's got a platform to stand on up there. You know what I mean? Oh.
I think that one's 15. We'll see. Maybe not. He's shrinking on me. Close. One of these times, it'll be a no-doubter. What?
They may be coming to us live. So
Oh, I see.
giving you a warning. I'll let you know when I do.
All right.
There's a pretty picture for you.
Beautiful. I mean, slick as glass. No leaf change.
Not yet.
I mean, everything's still green.
Now that it's settled in a little bit, I'm really excited, especially with the lake that it's on. I really can't wait. I didn't really get to think about it. I kind of had to forget about it and get ready for this week, but now I've had a chance to think about it. I'm super excited. I hope one of my friends today gets in if I don't win. I'm gonna try to win though.
See that fish bust directly behind him a second ago?
None of them really seem to be rattled very much. Makes you think that the afternoon bite's been pretty good because they all seem to be anticipating that.
John Garrett said yesterday when I called him, he said he's been near the ramp or near the dam, 30 to 50 feet of water late in the day. Every one of his keepers has came that he's weighed in. He may have caught some and called them out 12 to 3 p.m. So the fact that John Garrett's off to a good start, he may start to just, I'm going to just try this, try that, because his bites have been coming later.
Maybe? I'd give that a maybe. Bassmaster probably won't give it a maybe, but get my big walleye board out. Oh, that goes. Wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Now that does seem to be another common theme with people from that part of the country.
Type
the
of
walleye
boat
board.
He's a walleye angler, ice fisherman.
Maybe that.
He said he's 34, started tournament fishing when he was 20 years old, fished his first U.S. tournament last year. Cherokee Lake, got third place in it. And then he didn't fish, I don't think he fished the Florida event, and then he got 16th at Hartwell. So if he would have fished the Florida event, maybe a 50th, 60th, he'd already be on the elites. Trying to make that happen this week and this year for Jamie Bruce. Our day 2 leader puts another keeper in the box. He's 5th place, maybe gonna move up, get closer to Andrew Hargrove, and he's sneaking around, making a comeback to regain his top spot. We'll see him fishing it more when we come back.
Yes!
No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Oh, here it goes. They're starting up.
Here they come.
One of the first pleasure boaters out there for Lake of the Ozarks, enjoying one of the last few days of summer, even though it's technically fall here at Osage Beach, Missouri. Lake of the Ozarks, 8th stop of the Bassmaster Open season. Final day action here. We've cut the field from 180 plus boats, almost, to that 200 mark we see all year long, down to just the top 10. And these 10 all had a good shot going into the final day of competition to take home a win and a possibility of a Bassmaster Classic berth. Points towards the Elite Series as well. Out live with Andrew Hargrove. He's had his moments this morning of glory with a big one, 4.5 pounder, but otherwise it's just been smaller non-keepers or just above that keeper line so far.
That one's not that big, I don't think. No. He might go.
Not really a lot of spotted bass showing up of it.
No. Same for smallmouth like we were talking about.
Right on the button.
$14.25.
Andrew Hargrove. Add to his morning so far. Got started early. He's been really relying exclusively on a drop shot. He's been in that Camdenton region, so up the river from takeoff. A lot of our guys going towards the dam or the Gravois Mills region. Andrew has been going left on the main drag. Last day of practice, he went opposite of where he'd been fishing all week. Caught a 6.5 pounder in a brush pile and said, I'm gonna stick in this region. Ended up catching a 5 pounder later and a 3 pounder on different areas and was like, this has gotta be the region I live in. And he has been in our top 10 all week long. Day one he was, stayed pretty consistent as you can in the fall. Stayed in the top 10 and was third going into today.
Now I notice he's wearing flip-flops. Would that be much like wearing a thong? I mean, basically he's got a foot thong on.
Yeah. I would call it that.
So we got a flip-flop, we got two guys that we've noticed barefoot.
Yes. I'm exclusively closed-toed. You don't know what action you could face in a day of fishing, you know. I think Andy is well prepared in his sneakers as well.
I could see him in a pair of work boots. Yeah. Honestly, I could see him wearing a pair of work boots.
Hey, when you yank on one on a swim jig, I don't need to be coming out of my shoes.
Exactly. No sliding going on.
Double knot them.
I watch all those guys staring at their electronics.
Okay.
Andy Newcomb never looks at his. Only looks at where the bait goes.
Sometimes that little bend, you know.
He's traditional.
And in a way different region than these other guys are.
Much flatter. Yeah. You can tell, much flatter part of the lake.
Sure. Not as developed.
Yeah, that swim bait.
I mean, just the normal net, just that little.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa. Oh my God, look at him.
Well, the rate of keepers being caught is really, really slowed down.
Shot right up at it.
But you know, the weigh-ins are always misleading because you don't know what the guy, now we're seeing what these guys are going through to catch them, but before that, the weights looked big in the afternoons, but did it take a guy 2 hours? Did it take him 8 hours? Now you see, you know, what they've been going through.
Yeah, you always hear the stories. Boy, I had my limit by 9:30 and left this area or 11:30. I think Patrick had a great first morning to get his 19 pounds, 15 ounces. He just lickety split, caught a 4 and a 5 and another 5. And then later in the day, after he got his limit, I think he called up a couple times in random spots.
Yeah, and I mean, Bobby Lane mentioned it. Day one, he was sitting in the top 20 or top 25. He caught one on his last cast of the day. Yesterday, didn't catch one on his last cast, and that was the difference in, you know, having a 15 or 16 versus a 13-pound bag.
I think that one's 15. We'll see. Maybe not. He's shrinking on.
Good article with Bobby Lane about his hopes and the stress he's going under to try to get back to the elites. He actually fell a couple spots this week.
I'll promise you, Bobby's got lots of pressure going into Harris game.
You gonna text him and alleviate or help that?
Oh, I texted him at Watts Bar and told him I was glad to see that he removed his head from his rectum.
Good. Finally figured out how to catch a bass.
I told him, I was like, well, I'm glad to see you finally got it out of there.
He was mad. He said, I have not been fishing well. It's my first top 10.
Which is crazy for Bobby because he's really consistent and has caught him for a long time.
Oh, I see. All right.
And we talk about these tournaments. We fish the Elite Series and we cover it, and it's 100 of the best pros in the world, but it's only 100. These are 180, 200 boat tournaments. So we take for granted, like, getting a top 10, you're in the top 10% of the elite field, you're in the top 5%, and it's a wide range. You could have a co-angler with you in the back of the boat the first 2 days. You could not have a co-angler. Like, it's just, who knows on that, the randomization of it. You could get a boat number on a shad spawn lake. You could be boat 180 when you need a morning bite cat. You know, you never really know. And so when we see someone like Brandon Lester on the Elite Series, when he fishes opens, it is a 60% top 10 rate for him. It's like a 90% check rate. So we take for granted some of the success with such a big field and so many good anglers in it, honestly.
She's snaggy around here.
Well, it can just be to the point where you can never get on what you want to get on. Like, a lot of these lakes that the opens are on are small. Now, this one's an exception.
For sure.
Some of the other fisheries have been smaller. They fish smaller with 200 and I think full field on the open is 225.
Yep, especially for the early events in the beginning of the year and the southern events, we'll pull more.
A little topwater action.
Here's how your top 10 situated today. Dice K. Kita still hanging out in 10th place. Robert G. had a good morning, but has fallen down because the weights are so close. 1 pound or half a pound to each position as we get up the leaderboard. And Kyle Patrick, who had a 3 or 4 pound lead, it is just 1 pound, 14 ounces right now over John Garrett. Brad Jelinek, and hopefully get an update with him very soon. We'll be back on FS1. Thank you so much, Brian Loans. We will be able to see some NHRA qualifying in Charlotte after we drop you off at the doorstep from Lake of the Ozarks. Bassmaster Live here for the Bassmaster Opens. This is the pipeline. This is the route to go from semi-pro fishing to the top level of the sport, the Bassmaster Elite Series, and it is the funnel to make the Bassmaster Classic if you are an amateur angler hoping to be a professional. Got a great top 10 in store today. If you've watched over the last few hours of coverage, we've got some of the biggest names of the Opens this season. 6 of our 10 unofficial qualifiers are in our top 10. We've got 2 local anglers as well who are dominant on this body of water. And then we've got some guys who really are trying to make a name for themselves from the college series moving into the Opens as well. So we go out to JT Tompkins.
That should be one of the right ones. Yep. Alrighty. That's one of the ones right there. Let's go. That's one of the right ones. Fat. There we go. Just gotta stay calm and keep picking them off all day.
Is it his 3rd bass?
Got plenty of time.
3, almost 4 pounds.
Might have to, I would say 3 3/4.
3 3/4? Oh,
yep.
Close.
312.
JT Tompkins on your left, Andy Newcomb on your right. That's a good one for JT. Going to be calm and composed all
Stay on there,
day
baby.
long.
Does not have it very good. I'm coming back there, boss. Not a giant, but does not have it good at all. Gosh dang it, stay on there. That's a decent one though.
It's funny how you see that nothing's going on, and then all of a sudden 2 guys, like something.
2 3/4.
Something's happening.
Barely had that thing. Good night.
We see that through Bass Track on the Elite Series, those different bite windows. 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. may be the most fish caught, but 10 to 11 is when the biggest fish are caught. You know, the percentage of kickers in that hour is higher.
Not bad.
It's very interesting.
You know,
Two
that
of
is
them,
one
three
thing with
big ones,
bass
we're all
traps,
right.
If you can keep people from lying on there, you can learn so much.
Well, they're
Hey,
pretty
don't worry.
even in September on this place.
That's
They
the
are
hard part there.
Pretty fish.
Don't worry. I did stats one year on Bass Track for an
Where
angler,
with your buddies?
and you had
right.
5 listed bass over 4 pounds on Bass Track, and you had 50 312 to 315, just under 4 pounds. So you didn't want to call it a 4, but it was a 4, and so I may have split the difference and took 25 and made them 4-pounders.
That one ate it on the fall.
I mean, it's going down now.
JT's finding a hot spot, maybe keeper number 4 if that's the spot. If it's a largemouth, it might be close.
I don't think he'll keep.
Also goes along the lines, Hackney, when you won at Lake Texoma in 2016, I'll never forget this.
Goodness gracious.
We had the big bass of the tournament was a tie. Gerald Swindle and Casey
He
Ashley
wasn't
caught
gonna
the same sized bass.
He was
They
at
caught it
14.
within 1 minute
I wasn't
of
gonna
each
get
other
it.
the same day. So if you were running to your spot and not fishing, that was a moment, you know, a 5-minute window where the big fish
were active.
Yeah, maybe the moon, you know, there's so many different factors, but Johnny
all of a
Garrett took
sudden,
them.
Turned on.
Turned on.
They said we want to end our time on FS1 strong. We'll leave a good impression as we head to the Harris
We have
Chain
nothing
next
to do
event.
with it.
No, not us, the anglers.
Yes,
They
the
want to
anglers
take
do.
pride. They know it's almost time.
He's a foot thong guy.
Oh.
I'm learning a lot by watching.
Sandals. You're a Chaco. And
I'm a Chaco
Jesus
guy. I got to be
sandal guy.
strapped in, locked in, Ron.
Well, if it calls, it just be ounces. It even measures.
John Garrett trying to figure out if one will cull or not. He's had a great morning. That's a great problem to have. A lot of other anglers in our top 10 are trying to still fill their limits. So we're bringing you into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Appreciate you joining us throughout today. Greg Hackney, will you hang around for the next 3 hours of coverage on Bassmaster.com with us, or are you going to get out of here?
Oh, no, definitely. I'm staying. I'm enjoying all this.
It's a good time to see our top 10 anglers at Lake of the Ozarks. I know a lot of things are going to change if you're keeping up with Bass Track and the leaderboard. We're going to see some flip-flops for sure, but the man of the morning, Kyle Patrick, started the day second place, 1 ounce behind. He has got a couple good ones in the boat. He is our unofficial leader. You got Andy Newcomb, a local, trying to make a run at, I guess, messing up the party for everyone else and stealing a win on his home body of water. JT Tompkins, I mean, it has been a perfect season for him and John Garrett. The only way to make it better is a win today and a berth to the Classic once again for both these young anglers. Absolutely fantastic spectacle we've seen. A couple big 4+ pounders for Patrick, for Garrett, and this one for Andrew Hargrove. Every 4-pounder that gets in the boat will be an important one the rest of the day for sure. Jamie Bruce, we'll see if our day 2 leader can jump back into the top spot and make his Classic dreams come true as well. And a good morning of Bassmaster Live. We're going to take about an hour break. We'll be back live on Bassmaster.com for the last 3 hours of the day, 12 to 3 Eastern time. And then the weigh-in will start about an hour after that. Thank you for joining us on Fox Sports 1 this morning. Tune in for an HRA coming up right after this, like we mentioned. And Bassmaster Live will continue on online. We'll see you next weekend with the College Classic Bracket.
No way!
You're watching live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Lake of the Ozarks from Osage, Missouri.
Welcome to Bassmaster Live after our hour break. The anglers didn't take a break, though. They kept catching them, and a couple of the key developments this afternoon, we will strap in and watch it all unfold. Kyle Patrick, as you see right there, he has made up some big-time gaps over John Garrett, JT Tompkins, Brad Jelinek, and the rest of our top 10. Kyle Patrick had a slim 1.5 pound, 1 3/4 lead going to break, and he has opened it wide open after a great midday portion for him. But let's catch you up on everything that has happened, especially during our break. I'll show you a little bit of action from all of our competitors. JT Tompkins got off to an early start this morning. You can see the type of bank he's fishing. A little bit different than the other anglers. Definitely keyed in on bluff banks, maybe some docks around. That has been a key for him, but like most guys, fishing a heavy jig, 3/4 ounce jig for most of his fish this week.
The easy keeper.
After a little bit of a lull in action for him, he fired it back up midday right before our break after FS1. Put a couple key ones in the boat, especially that good one. He's made some moves lately. Had an uptick in action to jump back into the top 5.
One of 4 anglers with a limit today, Ronnie. He's got about 11 pounds on the day so far.
I gotta get back in there.
It really seemed like everything jumped right before we went to break. It got after it.
We've seen some action from basically everybody, but for the most part, it's still a little bit tougher. This is a tough time of the year, only having 4 limits right now, but we've seen some quality, we've seen some numbers, but if those numbers turn into keepers, it will remain to be seen. John Garrett kind of caught his first limit of the day on 3 or 4 different baits, Greg Hagney.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him catch a big one on a Texas rig. He's drop shotting, bladed jig.
Ah, there we go, baby.
Big ones, though. Making the day.
To get that 5-pounder.
That's been huge for him to get him into the top 2 on our leaderboard.
He's got 13 pounds on the day, second place right now.
Still
this man.
Plenty of room to grow for John Garrett. Chasing this guy, Kyle Patrick, started the day second place, just 1 ounce behind Jamie Bruce, our leader, who has had a little bit of a slow day, but still has plenty of opportunity to jump back to the top. But Kyle Patrick made the most of his morning bites. Didn't get a bunch of bites, sat on 2 fish for a while, but both of those being 4-pounders, that's the quality you want.
Every time he pulled the trigger, it was a better than average fish. Even his smaller fish here, I noticed he wasn't measuring them. He's going straight to the box with them.
2+ pounders will be good fillers until you catch fish.
It's a giant one.
Like this, another good one for him.
All day long, baby.
Midday, made a move to some docks, has caught some fish, made a bigger move right now from where he's been all morning. You can see most of these guys staying in the same general areas. John Garrett, JT Tompkins haven't ventured that far. Kyle Patrick, though, with a limit in the boat and some kickers as well, making some bigger moves on Lake of the Ozarks today.
I still got her. That's a better one. A little bit. Pretty sure. Yeah.
I see JT's more of a boat shoe guy. Did you notice that?
I like that.
Yeah.
He is our EQ points leader on the season. This is his 4th top 10. And he's got a 14th. He started with his worst, a 48th.
Shame on him.
Yeah. Then he's climbed and climbed.
I mean, him and John Garrett have just been back and forth the whole season.
If you have a top 10 this year in the Opens without one of them, something's wrong. Something's gone wrong for that. Even when John slipped up at the St. Lawrence River, I believe JT made the final day there. So they've been kind of sharing blows back and forth throughout the year. So we go out to our unofficial leader, Kyle Patrick, having the best day so far. And a lot of these fall events, it's always, hey, whoever has the biggest 5 fish limit on the final day will get it done.
Yes, sir.
He's making it hard.
Yes, sir. It's gonna help. It's gonna help.
I mean, we just saw him catch a big one off a dock. Now he's back out offshore again.
That's a chunky fish. Look at the size of that fish. What does she weigh?
Moment of truth.
Call it, Greg.
3 pounds.
You
Call
said
it.
3 pounds?
Yeah, 3 pounds.
3 pounds.
It is a little better. There's no way you give us ounces. That was probably a 3-4.
That's a rowdy girl. All right. It's you.
26-year-old from Cooperstown, New York.
Versus.
Fished 24 events with Bass. He's been in the money half the time.
And it's really been lately. Last year he had a good season. This year, good season. But prior to that, he took his lumps. Everybody, it takes some time. Some guys go for the co-angler route and then work their way to the front of the boat. But if you jump out there from a local level to the opens for the first time as a young guy, you may suffer some tough events. And Kyle's definitely learned a lot these last 2 years.
He's building a bag like he had on day one, 19 pounds, 15 ounces. He's getting there.
Like, oh, it's getting tight.
So we
Doesn't help that was in 30 foot.
At least 3 over 4?
Yeah.
I'd say that.
Yeah.
And then he's got a 3 plus?
Like between 20
and
and
then a 2
30.
and 3/4.
Yeah. Something like
Yeah,
that.
it was.
A 2 and, yeah.
It was 2 and 3.
Heavy 2.
Heavy 2.
Suppose he's 15? A lot of little ones today. Ow. He's over. I'm gonna try to call him though.
But isn't it funny how just an hour or so went by and then all of a sudden, I mean, when it got started, now they're catching them back like they did right off this morning. Little flurries. How many does he have, Such?
Tyler Williams, that's his fourth fish.
Fourth fish.
Nothing over 2 pounds, though.
I wonder. Well, Tyler obviously still in it to try to win it. Small bag so far today, but he was our champion from last week at Watts Bar. Fishing the same type of way, brush piles and a 3/4 ounce jig. Greg Hackney, I'd love to pose the question to our fans at home who may not like forward-facing sonar. Does it make you feel different watching a 3/4 ounce jig fish catch versus finesse baits and forward-facing? Because it just looks like the old school way. Looking at a brush pile on your waypoint, casting to it, catching a fish on a jig. So that is something that Tyler Williams has done. He said living in Maine, growing up there, learned a lot about individual structure fishing, and that has translated to some of these lakes on the Bassmaster Opens this year. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Ronnie Moore. That is Elite Series Hammer and winner and AOY, Greg Hackney. And then we've got Mike Sucon. Greg, this morning we saw Kyle Patrick get off to a good start. You know, it's whether you catch 20 bass or just 5. It doesn't matter at the end of the day what's your 5-fish weigh. He's getting quality, though, with almost every swing of the bat.
It's getting harder and harder to catch him. I mean, he's about 1, maybe 2 bites away from completely putting it away now. Because now it's getting late enough in the day that everybody's really having to play catch up. And so, and it's also getting to that time of day, those guys that don't have a limit, or if they do, their fish are small, doubt sets in.
Yeah, and you start to think you have 8 hours. You need 1 bite every hour and a half to kind of, go throughout the day. When you only have 3 hours left in the day and you haven't caught any kickers yet, you need to make it happen quick.
Yeah,
Such, what are you looking at?
John Garrett's the only other one with a really bag builder. Kyle Patrick has been heads above everybody else with 3 bag builders, 3 fish over 4 pounds.
It's funny that we see some of these anglers, maybe it's forward-facing sonar, maybe it's time of year, but Kyle Patrick showed up last year in our Open at the Chesapeake Bay finesse fishing. This week he's shown up big on Bassmaster Live. Same with JT Tompkins. We saw JT and flares of him last fall. Now this fall, he's gone 2 for 2 in top 10s. So we take it out to our lone Canadian in the field, or in the top 10, Jamie Bruce.
You notice all these guys are using their front-facing sonar some way or not. I watch them. They're all watching it.
Yes.
Non-scoreable.
At least Jamie's still got such a great attitude.
I know.
He's so happy.
No
He's just happy to be in
check
America, just like the rest of us. So I have
Nice
been
to
told
stretch
this
the
about
flipping
Canada.
stick out
that
for once, though.
living in Canada is like living in an upstairs apartment over a really fun party.
Where the AC pumps all day long.
All
Keeps
day
it a little
long.
crisp.
Another one in there.
Another bite.
He,
started the day 1 ounce ahead of Kyle Patrick, 35.6 to 35.5. Do you like going out with the lead, Mr. Hackney?
Let's find out.
Oh, yeah.
But more than 1 ounce, right?
Yeah.
Or do you
Well,
like
you
to
just
be
want
the
the lead because the lead's the lead. You know what I mean? Everybody's
so
chasing you. That's a good feeling to have. You know, you'll hear guys say, well, I want to be in second because
Classic, maybe.
Yeah, I'm chasing the lead. No, I want to be leading the classic going into the last.
Yeah,
one.
I would imagine.
Yeah,
I
I'm
like
like,
the
I don't
lead,
want to chase anybody. I want to be at the top and let them chase me. I think they say that it makes them feel better because here's the deal: they got
because no one
it's a lot of
expects you to
pressure.
win if you're not leading. If you're second or third, they
Fifth,
like
seventh.
it because if they choke or
Yeah,
fail,
it doesn't matter. I wouldn't lead in anyway.
Yeah, but
if you lose a lead, that's probably a big disincentive.
You can't lose a lead if you don't have a lead. Be proud
You
you
know,
got
there
the
for a
lead.
while, that really bit Jason Christie. He choked a lot because he would lead the classic and then choke on the last day.
Wow.
It looked like
Sometimes
he was using both hands.
Oh boy, I don't know if your assessment's very accurate there.
If it ain't working, I'm probably gonna go fish to eat. Cause I think I can catch 4-pounders out there, I know. And this is not working. I don't think he's gonna make it, is he? Close, he's long. Careful, easy, 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 easy.
I mean, one thing about Andy Newcomb, he just keeps it simple. Black and blue jig on boat docks. I mean,
little throwback Thursday.
I mean, how many bass have been caught at Lake of the Ozarks on
Yeah.
a black and blue jig off a boat dock? It made Denny Breyer famous.
Yep.
Finally get a bite. It's a
You
little
got other baits out there though.
Can you burp your alphabet?
I don't think she's a keeper, boys.
Oh, 14 and a half.
He might be long enough.
Somebody was happy about the fish getting
Having a time.
At least I got some fans. He's looking a little bit shorter.
Oh, they're about to start booing.
Hey, look.
You're sneaking out the other side.
It's unreal.
It's like the states went out and fished a whole
All you can
bunch
do
and
is
saw
laugh
how
at
many
that.
fish they caught between a certain thing, and then put the measurement just above it. I think
Literally.
that's for the name of conservation. I think that's how they do it.
Well, see, what I find is it doesn't matter. If it was 12 inches, it'd be the same way. It doesn't matter what the length is. It always seems like there's a lot of fish just short. It could be an 18-inch length limit, and they'd all be 17 and a half. It's either that or the fish know that.
The fish know?
Only fish that show up during tournaments are the ones that are just a little bit short.
Not for you, of course, but I mean just for others.
Well, that's the
I
other
didn't even
thing.
know you had a bump board in your boat.
I noticed the one Jamie Bruce was using the 3-foot bump board. I'm like, wow, everything must be bigger in Canada. He must have got messed up and thought he was in Texas.
What you want to bet he's 14 and a half?
Well, let's measure him and see.
Yep.
It's like a 4-year-old from Knoxville, Tennessee is solid in our EQ points round. 4th place. This top 10 finish.
I'd say he'll even though he's not at the projected number, I would not be shocked with 1370 being safe, because normally when we get towards the end of the open season, you have less boats than you did start of the year. You know, event number 1, you have 225. At the end of the year, you have 175, 180. I'd have to say that, you know, his guaranteed points are a whole lot higher than they were at the beginning of the year. So I'll say that. I'll go ahead and say Robert's in. No shot.
Yeah, I wouldn't even think he needed, like he doesn't even need to look.
Got one 2 1/4 on Bass Track.
No shot.
But you noticed that he didn't measure either one of them.
He didn't have to. That's
like
a
he
good
didn't
thing.
even think that it was.
I thought it was gonna get bigger as it came in, and it just didn't. There is a 5-pounder down here, though, for sure. It's amazing how fast things change in a lake. It's just unbelievable.
He was on the outside looking in, 12th in the EQ points. His position in top 10, he's jumped 6 spots.
And I'm sure you'll have someone, I hate to say this, but you'll have somebody that's in now that will fall out at the last one. Things will just happen.
May have a couple, because from 7th to 15th, it's like 25 points. There may be a little movement around there if somebody
and you know,
really...
Florida, even though the fishing is
got lucky with that
good,
one. I was hitting myself in the head with the jig.
Like, Florida will just throw you a curve.
And there, 2 opportunities to lock. You've got 2, other than locking, 2 pretty substantial idle zone areas. Decisions on which lake that you can make the wrong lake decision and be fighting for 120th, not for 20th.
So I'll be honest with you, it's another thing about that long practice, having 5 days, guys will get spread out. They practice in this lake one day, this lake the next, this day. You know what I mean?
They start thinking, oh, I saw a bunch of guys in this lake on day 1. Let me go do something crazy.
Yeah.
And then they're going to go 90 miles up the Ocklawaha, which dries up during the tournament for them or something.
And then the other deal is, if you go to one of those locks, you go to Griffin or a Popka, or you're locked into those places.
So many little ones.
There's no going over there and going, oh, something's not right. I need to move. You beat that day, you're there.
Tyler Williams, you never know what you're going to see with him. Another fish for him, barely hooked as it comes in the boat.
Watch it pop off here.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Watch out.
I'm like Matrix.
Hey, good thing he had a sturdy base, you know.
Yeah. He's got a foot to stand on now. I thought he was going to give us a little something, huh?
I'll say there may be a generation of anglers that grew up with forward-facing sonar that won't know how to skip a dock as good as a 25-year-old from 10 years ago did. These guys are still.
These guys are good at everything.
Oh my gosh. They may love to do the one thing in tournament day, but they have done the other things plenty in preparation
They're
to get
just
here.
utilizing their equipment to be the best they can be.
Yeah. I'm only going to go 45 if my boat goes 70, just because I don't want to, brag about how quick it goes, kind of thing. Kyle Patrick, he's your leader. John Garrett, JT Tompkins trying to chase behind him. Seems like those two have been swapping positions throughout the open season all year. Brad Jelinek still waiting for that kicker to come from him. He's got a 4-pounder. We'll see if he can get something bigger when we come back.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Lake of the Ozarks from Osage, Missouri is presented by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Championship Sunday here at Lake of the Ozarks, 94 miles from dam to dam. Obviously, it flows from Truman Lake into Lake of the Ozarks, right there in the middle portion of Missouri. And it has provided an interesting playing field. You can go 30 miles up the river, you can go 30 miles to the dam. Kyle Patrick has slated out a couple great spot rotations today that have produced big time. While everyone else has taken a little while to get going, he has had a great start to his day.
That might help. I don't know.
And he's caught more keeping fish, bigger fish and just more keepers in general than anyone else.
I think he's caught 3 or 4 2-pounders.
Fish that he's not even putting on the board,
Is that the one I just caught? Wait a minute. Holy smokes. I think I have more than I thought. You got a balance beam these fish.
Hope he meant more weight than more
fish.
fish.
I thought that at first.
Ooh, he kind of got worried, and then I think he was pleasantly surprised.
His fish were bigger than he.
I don't have 6 bass. I've got closer to 20 pounds.
Yeah.
As he finishes culling and maybe upgrading. If he does cull, it won't be by much, but like he said, I think he's got a little bit more than he thinks.
He's got 18-1 on Bass Track.
Yeah, he's probably getting closer to 19, if not already there. Which that would give him 2 of the 3, 2 of the biggest bags of the week. Having 19-15 on day 1, tied for first, falls back by just an ounce after having 15 and change yesterday. Have another 18 to 19, maybe 19 to 20 at some point. Be a great week at Lake of the Ozarks.
Realistically, he's 1 bite away.
Yeah.
He culls that smallest fish.
From coming a couple turns closer to takeoff.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be mid-lake if at noon.
But before the event, if you said somebody's going to win with 53.6, I think we were guessing a little lower.
Say that again, Sush?
53.6 is what his total is right now.
Wow.
We were saying who's the winning weight would be. I thought we'd be a little bit lower. I thought
I definitely
16,
said
17 a day.
I definitely said 55.
Did you?
No, I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
yeah.
I didn't say that at all. I did now.
Wow.
But I will say, toughest month, maybe August is tougher. Probably one of the toughest months at this lake. But I was talking to Newcomb and Jelinek last night, the 2 locals here.
Yeah.
Lake of the Ozarks, for this region of the country, doesn't get enough mention like the Bull Shoals, the Table Rocks, places like that put out, fish throughout the year. Ozarks population of big largemouth, it's up there. It's probably one of the best lakes in the country without grass. We'll just put it that way.
Have to be.
Have to be.
Yeah, have to be.
And it does have all 3 species. They don't always all factor, but they do have that diversity.
And it does seem to be on an upswing the last couple years. It's misleading when we go north in August and the fishing's so good. But the rest of the country, August and September, are by far the 2 toughest months of the year. That's what's been so impressive about their weights this week, because historically, September on Lake of the Ozarks is not known to be that good.
Yeah.
Not to have this many guys catching that kind of quality.
And that's what Newcomb and Jelinek both said. They said, absolutely fantastic weights. Like, we know the opens have good anglers, but boy, are they great anglers that have caught them Normally in a local tournament, these guys are like, I caught 16 pounds a day. I'd expect to be leading, and I'm 4th and 8th, respectively, or 4th and 9th.
Yeah, because they had just recently had a local tournament there 2 days, and it took 16 a day to win.
Wow.
These guys blew that out.
Probably me and John Garrett. Yeah.
But it kind of goes back to that deal we talked about earlier. When you bring guys from all over the country, they look at things different. You know, they don't look at the way you're supposed to be catching them now. They just do what's working.
They are suspended too. This is just awesome. This is awesome. I mean, to randomly pull into a cove like that, I mean, I understand this lake's known for that stuff, but man, is it cool that I just caught like a 4.5 and a 3. I just need one more fish, man. I need one more good fish. And if I lose with that, so be it.
I don't think he thinks he's going to lose.
No.
I mean, he started 1 ounce back at Jamie Bruce. Hargrove was 1.9 back. Tompkins was 2.1. Newcomb was.
I don't know. This lake is. I wasn't fond of this lake the first couple days of practice, but man, has it treated me well the past. Wow. It's treated me really well the past 3 days. I mean, I just pulled into a cove that I thought looked good, basically, and caught a 4.5. Then lost a big one, lost a 3, caught a 3. So, pretty thrilled with it, honestly. I just need one more. I need one more good bite. And if I lose, whatever happens, I'll be happy. Just need to get 1 2-pounder out of there. I got this all backlashed. That 2-pounder goes by, and hello to a 4, we'll be in business.
You won't be in business, you'll own the business. Over the last 3 months of the season so far, 4 or 5 events.
This
Kyle
place
Patrick
is ridiculous.
will text me
There's
at
fish
the
everywhere.
end of every event asking where he's at in the points.
Really?
Where if he still has a shot, in my opinion, statistically, and all these different things. Almost not believing after the St. Lawrence bomb for him, which was unexpected. He really had a great practice. Had a bomb and was worried about it, and was about 50 points out at that time. And he had made it all up the last 2 weeks or so.
Did you talk to him last night and tell him he's in our top 10 in EQ?
Oh, he
Or
knows.
Did he know that?
Yeah. I got our guy Matt Dowd behind the scenes to update AOY each night over these last 2 opens. And I think some of the guys took notice because they were posting the updated. Jamie Bruce said, "Look, I'm in."
It's kind of interesting. This is his 25th event. He's won $42,000. He could top that today.
All with one more swing of the bat. Maybe he doesn't have to, but if he does swing the bat one more time.
Is it going to affect any of the points how they finish today?
That's what I was saying with Jamie Bruce.
Will he
was
fall
first.
out if he
loses
lose
9 points? He would be
11
tied.
ahead of Wesley Gore, who's fallen to 11th
Giving
place.
myself 2 hours at the original spot for sure.
No, he has 9 ahead of
Because
Wesley
I've
Gore.
got to get
9.
So he could tie Wesley. And the tiebreaker is your full field weights,
one of these fish,
which is day 1 and day 2 of every open combined.
2
So
pounds gotta go.
you'll have to really, in our Toledo Bend event, in our Eufaula event, where it was higher weights, if you did well on those, you might have the advantage over that. Like if Kyle Welcher and Brandon Cobb tied, Cobb would have overwhelmingly had the tiebreaker because he caught him in the Okeechobee event, caught him at Murray.
Yeah, Kyle Patrick gained 6 spots. Logan Parks is 7th in the EQ. He gained 4 spots.
He was first man out last year.
Tyler Williams, the second top 10, has gained 8. Jamie Bruce from 20th to 10th. Last guy in right now. You got Wesley Gore, Sam George, Logan Johnson at a +9. Joy Nania, Bobby Lane, 15th.
And you might not even know of a Logan Johnson. It sounds like if you just created a random baseball player in a game and it was his default name, Logan Johnson. Like it just sound. Logan Johnson had a stellar college fishing career at the University of Alabama. He was during the heyday of, I believe he was in between Shea Baker and my time. Like we passed off like 2 or 3 years apart, and Logan was heavy, hot and heavy for Alabama in that region of time. Really good angler at that school early on.
He was 11th here.
Guys like Sam George, Joey Nania, who are just outside right now, have been outside a couple times so close that those two are ready just as much if they make a jump in Florida. Which 20 points, that's the difference in just missing the top 10 and someone barely making a check. Like, it can be nondescript.
How many places does 20 points separate from 10th?
10th is 1271, and 14th is 1251. So 5 guys, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, and or
3 more for
yeah.
Bobby Lane, 1248.
So how far do you figure down before it's almost mathematically impossible?
I would say Ben Milliken, 1232. He's 17th place. It's another dozen points or so down to Cannon and Rasmussen. They would probably need to top 3 it and hope for chaos, But I would say within reasonable doubt, 39 points from Milliken to Bruce. So 8 guys within 39 points from 10th to 17th.
And I'll be honest with you, I really expected Ben here. I thought this lake would suit him.
Robert G. hooked up. Same story for all of his fish today. He's been using the board more than anybody else, waiting on those bigger bites. It's just there starts to be some gaps from Kyle
Look at
Austin.
its tail. Oh, no. Look at its tail. You can't make that up. He has no tail.
No shot.
He's not going to measure because he doesn't have a tail.
Oh, no.
Watch. Look.
Oh. It looks like one of his competitors bit his tail
I caught
off.
that fish yesterday. I caught that same fish. That's hilarious.
Why did you measure it today if you caught it yesterday and it didn't keep?
He likes to guess their length.
He was showing us. He was showing us how close he was.
But what I was saying, Greg, is the difference in 8th and 9th is 15 or 13 points. 8th and 9th, just one spot is 13 points. And then it might be like 8 more to the next guy in 7th. And then, so it gets to be these weird gaps to where you can feel a lot safer when you have 15 points on a single spot and then there's 5 guys within 15 points.
We saw it at the St. Lawrence. It's just so much is going to happen at that last event. You just don't want, you want to be on the, you just want to watch. You don't want to be part of it.
Yeah. You want to be the local just fishing for the win or already clinched your elite berth?
You had a great final event. You said to get in, requalify for the elites. You were pretty comfortable after day 1, remember? I don't know what exactly happened, but you had a big bag.
What was that final event? Was that Neely? Or was that Lay?
No, Louisville.
Louisville was?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. I just got a bite.
You had a big weight was off your shoulders after that day 1 bag.
Yeah, I felt like after that I didn't have to catch much, I would make it. But I had to have that big day. You know what I mean? It's always better to have it the first day. So you don't have to think about it on the second day.
Kyle Austin just texted me and says, I don't feel safe at all. So don't speak for me. I don't feel safe. I said safer.
Oh, and even the ones that are locked in will still have doubt in their mind going into Florida. You can't help it. You just, you know what, you want to make sure.
You don't want to be that guy who's, I'm in, and then somehow you're not.
Some freak deal happens.
Yeah. Andrew Hargrove.
Oh,
wow.
That's cool.
Oh, that one might have kept. I don't know. That one won't.
Oh,
what just happened?
Must have been multiple fish.
He went to swing one in and came off, and he dropped his bait back down.
Flip down there in it. I had one swim off with it, set the hook, come up, come off, and then I saw one chase my bait up after that one come off.
See some bait fish on the surface, out in front of the boat, no, beside the boat. Let's take another look at that. Fighting one of the boat, Greg, goes to boat flip it, comes off.
It would look like a pretty nice one.
Bait splashes back in the water. Oh.
Sees the fish.
That's cool. Normally you see that with like a spoon, but that was with a jig or something.
It looked like the one that came off was a keeper.
Might be annoying catching non-keepers or fish that are 14-inch. Great sign for the lake.
Oh yeah, and the other deal is positive. It keeps your mentally, you're expecting a bite.
Andrew Hargrove having his best career finish, his first year on the Opens. He got a 10th in Fall, Oklahoma. Trying to be better than that this week. Looking at our Bassmaster Opens point standings, we've been prognosticating about it all segment long. First to 10th, with Kenta Kimura in 5th place being a current elite. He doesn't count. We do the first 9 non-elites. That's from JT Tompkins down to Jamie Bruce. Jamie's trying to gain and hold on to as many points as possible. Got the likes of Tyler Williams, Kyle Austin, Logan Parks, Kyle Patrick, Robert G., Trey McKinney, John Garrett, and JT Tompkins. No one on that list other than Kenta Kimura over the age of 34. A young group that could represent the rookies next year on the elites.
No way! You're watching live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Lake of the Ozarks from Osage, Missouri.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here at Lake of the Ozarks, spread out amongst the 94 miles of fishable water. Pick and choose carefully, not only considering fishing locations, but also navigation. As the last few days of competition, it has been a busy Lake of the Ozarks. As summer's coming to a close, fall is here. See the temperatures changing, the time of day, the year, or the days are getting shorter. But you got to get in the boat riding while you can. Taking a look at Tyler Williams. Looks like there must have been a major storm in that marina. Relatively recent. John Garrett hooked up right near Tyler Williams.
Man, why can't that be a big? Whoa, boat waves.
Those seem to be roughing up out there a little bit. Those people still chasing summer are out on the lake now.
Exactly.
A little cloud cover today,
Ooh, buddy.
upper 70s.
Get me seasick down here.
Not that bad. Take a boat ride.
I can't tell. Scale ain't working in these waves.
I think someone at the weigh-in stage yesterday said we renamed this lake, instead of Lake of the Ozarks, it's Lake of the Ocean, because it took them 90 minutes to get back
A
yesterday.
lot of guys were surprised how rough it got because they'd been fishing throughout the weekdays.
And then
And
the other
Saturday
deal is
comes and
ounce.
the afternoon traffic.
It's the way the banks are on it too, and it does have a lot of seawalls.
Yeah.
All those waves just turn around and they go to the bank, they come right back.
It's like Lake Conroe.
Yeah. It's real similar, just on a bigger version.
It'll be not that wide everywhere.
But one way it's super rough with all the boat traffic also keeps it relatively fine when it comes to wind, because there's so many twists and turns, so many things to get around, it breaks it up. You can't get away from it. Now we just go over John Garrett's shoulder over to Tyler Williams.
A lot of development on this lake. 70,000 homes.
70,000.
At all the resorts.
Got a good one. Sweet. So I'm sitting there. I've seen 200 others sitting there.
You know, Tyler's one of those guys that's barely in. Like, he's going to have a lot of pressure at the last event. Like, he's only one place ahead of Bruce.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, points-wise, there are a lot of guys going to be hunting him down on the, you know, so.
And that's a goal, like, to make the Elite Series. That's why they're fishing it. But like you said, some of these guys going to the last event giving up on the goal, or back half of the season not thinking they have a shot. He didn't think he had a shot going into Watts Bar in the low 20s. I even said if you were in the top 25, you still had a shot. He was closer to 30th. Had a win, now another top 10, and now it's like, oh shoot, actually,
The reason
like,
I know that
now I have something to protect. I have a points lead to protect.
What's his
28th
name?
and 9th.
Isn't here.
EQ points.
What's his? Gosh. Sago.
Now, how much is experience on Harris Chain or knowing about getting around going to help people down there, and people who don't know, how much is that going to hurt them, Greg?
You know, this group, a lot of them there's probably only
most.
a handful of guys that haven't ever been there before or don't know something about it. You know, there's been so many major tournaments there that it's not really a secret.
You know the regions, but the one big thing is if you fish the Opens, you've only fished there in February. Maybe Cole Sands and the anglers of that time period, he's on the Elites now, but they fished a college championship there in the fall of 2020. If you were in college at that time, like Andrew Hargrove and some of the other guys, Robert G probably, then you maybe have fall experience at Harris Chain, but yeah.
Is that the record weight, Ronnie?
Oh, 83 pounds.
The anti-live scope.
Imagine that, Greg.
I thought the record weight came in like January. I think so. The college record weight was set.
For 2 days.
Yeah,
that was for 2 days. But for a 3-day,
was in the fall?
83 was in the fall, yep. Just imagine catching 20 pounds a day, Greg, like second place, and you lost by 20 pounds.
Right.
You had 60 pounds or 63 pounds and lost to 83.
You know, historically, you know, the good thing about being in Florida that time of the year, that's pre-spawn.
Yeah.
That's
actually,
what people don't think about that.
Yeah.
That's pre-spawn.
Cole DeMario and Cole Sands.
Connor tomorrow.
Oh, somebody.
And Cole Sands.
84-12.
Crazy.
What year was that?
2020.
2020.
Yeah.
Fishing some offshore brush piles. Connor is from that region, so yes, Bryan College, East Tennessee, you wouldn't think they'd have an advantage. Connor grew up in Central Florida, knows the Harris Chain very well. Logan Park's another one of our college alums from Auburn University. He was in that championship most likely as well. He'll have experience, but he said this: nobody in the top 10 is safe except for the top 3. This year is absolutely insane. I finished 7th last year, 1 spot out of making the elites, and I had 1,349 points. I've already got almost 1,300, and we have one more event left, and I'm still 7th. So I'm in the same spot I was last year, and I'm going to get overwhelmingly more points than I did last year and still maybe just 7th. Couple things go along with that, though. You got 175 anglers fishing all 9 versus 75 last year. So there was a lot of huge, I think he missed it by 21 points, but he was the first man out. Like, it was huge gaps between guys. But now with every spot being an EQ guy basically in the tournament,
right,
it's going to be much closer for points for a lot of these guys. Like a Jamie Bruce on the bubble.
Is it getting to that time of the day where Jamie Bruce is thinking about all these
It's been
things?
a grindy one today.
I think so.
It, I mean, really isn't a surprise. Just kind of how the week's been, but you don't need a bunch of time, so we're not spinning out or anything yet. There's a little spot biting it. I'm just gonna call that one. Yeah, I've got a lot of different ideas running through my head. The clock's not really on my side for that. The boat traffic's gonna get big, but I know I'm being stubborn with this jig, but all practice and all tournament I've kind of locked it. I've got a glide bait hole up around the corner. We're gonna go sample that, and then I'm gonna go run some deep minnow stuff and just see. There's a lot of extra boats out here. There's another big tournament coming up next weekend, so there's lots of guys practicing, and yeah, trying not to get rattled about that. But she's all good. There's a nice dock ringer for you. That happens lots. That's another reason to run the 3/4. It's just, especially when you're bad at skipping, you can get a little closer to them, and it sinks so fast they forget all about your bad skip or how close your boat is, and they either react or they don't. But we're gonna try. Catching a lot less shorts today too. Have thrown back some 14 3/4, which is pretty normal for this place, but I'd been catching a lot more numbers of them. We got some stuff. We're not just a total one-trick pony. Might have to get off the docks and out onto some flat contours and try to compete with these guys. I know a couple of the guys that are right behind me are doing that, and I caught a keeper doing it early, but I've got in the box one on a whopper flopper, one on a jig off a brush pile, one on a jig off a dock, and it's just like, haven't really got clued in yet. So I'm running some waypoints right now that I haven't fished yet in the tournament from practice, and I think I've seen enough. There's 20 more waypoints in here on brush piles, but they're just not happening. There's enough bass in here, they'll start letting you know when you get around them. Starting to feel the boat traffic pressure though. Does not get easy once that kicks up. So obviously a early start would have been ideal, but we're gonna have to battle through it like everyone else. I thought I was gonna get one there.
You say he's the oldest in the field, Ronnie, at 34, and in our top 10?
Top 10 for AOY.
For AOY.
Not top 10
Not 10
today.
because.
All right, boss, let's pick up that glide bait.
Yeah, Keat is
just
41.
up around the point.
I mean, I don't think there's another 30-year-old in the top 10 for AOY. I think he's 34, but I don't think there's another 30-year-old.
Like what are you telling me, Ronnie?
I'm telling you, they're
Watch
coming.
out, the youngins are
They're
coming.
We got, okay, so I know the ages. JT is 21, John Garrett's 27, Trey McKinney's 21, Robert G 24, Kyle Patrick, he's got to be between 24 and 27.
26.
Yeah, 26. Logan Park's probably 24. Kyle Austin can't be much older than 24. If he's 24, how old is Kyle? 98. So he's 25. He's an old guy. And then Tyler Williams, 21.
So he's
Jamie Bruce, 34.
When I fished my first Bassmaster at Lake of the Ozarks, he was being born.
He was, yeah, he was a part of the spawn that year. Yes, he was a part of the spawn that year. Very crazy. Trey McKinney, 18. You gonna just stare at him, day one Toledo Bend, at the dock, right there at Cypress Bend. You just give him your look, spin some of these youngins out, or what?
That guy may stare back, Ronnie. Trey McKinney's.
They might not know who Greg Hackney is.
I
bet they do. No, I'm just kidding.
bet
They do. It is funny when you ask guys who their fishing hero is, and I ask certain guys, and it's a bunch of Hank Parkers, and then you ask certain guys, and it's like Jordan Lee. No problem with that, but it's just a different generation. Andrew Hargrove said he went to the Bassmaster Classic, or he got to watch it, the Conroe one, and watching a college angler for the first time win a classic. He was like, man,
That's what I want to do.
I want to go to college and do that, and so it's all perspective.
I think J.T. Tompkins at the Classic, or maybe it's Louis Minetti, said, "I'm so proud to beat Brandon Palaniuk."
It's very true.
You've had somebody.
So it's only I've only been to one Bassmaster Classic that I didn't fish in. Only once have I ever been to the Bassmaster Classic that I didn't fish in the tournament.
That's where you're
and
inspired.
Rick Clunn became my hero.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when I went he won the Classic in 1984, I was 10.
Wow.
And I was like, that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
And I didn't know who he was at the time.
Yeah.
But after that, I became one of his biggest fans.
Pine Bluff
Read
Classic.
everything.
Who took you there? How'd you
My
get
dad.
there? He just said, we're going to fishing tour. Did you even know what was going on?
Oh,
What
well,
it was?
we
And
fished all the time.
Okay.
I mean, it
Well,
wasn't
you
like I
fished.
didn't.
You got to
But
watch his Phoenix Pro Diary. We talk about this.
Yeah.
They would catch anything that swam back
Yeah,
in the
we
day.
fished
thought you
for
were
everything,
11.
but 10 or 11.
But
No, I
pro
don't think so.
tournament scene.
I'm pretty sure 10.
How well versed were you in the pro tournament scene by that time, by that age?
That's really when I started following professional events, was that after that Classic.
And then 14 years later, you fished your first draw tournament.
Yeah, I guess that would have been right.
Who's the most famous person you fished with?
Deion Sanders.
Yeah, I saw that picture the other day.
Prime time. Most motivational person I've ever been around.
He's
I promise
impressive.
you, those boys they get chills on the sidelines when he's coaching. It's crazy.
Got their bubble burst a little last night, but they'll be back.
Little bit for sure.
They knew that was coming.
Yeah, we knew.
Everybody knew.
Kyle Patrick trying to keep his bubble intact today, but John Garrett inching a little bit farther away. He's going to have a kicker to catch Kyle Patrick at this point, maybe a couple. Brad Jelinek jumping in the top 3. Keep an eye on the leaderboard when we come back.
Yes! No way! You're watching live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Lake of the Ozarks from Osage, Missouri.
Championship Sunday here. Only 4 days left in the season for the Opens, counting today. If you have not gotten enough points to get your elite berth solidified, you better do some good work in our next event at the Harris Chain of Lakes. It's been a beautiful Osage Beach, Missouri, Lake of the Ozarks today and this week. Our Phoenix Boats Weather Watch, high of 80 today. We heard that from Fox Weather as well, around 78 degrees for the most part for the high, lows in the 60s. Sunny and light winds though. It's a beautiful cap to the end of summer and the start of fall in this part of the country. But like you said, Greg Hackney, still a lot of green on those trees, a lot of changes for the fish on this lake to come. Bait fish are making their move. We've seen big pods of bait. We've heard about the big gizzard shad on this lake as well. And that's been an X factor for some of these anglers, is targeting those heavy gizzard shad areas.
Kyle Patrick said that this morning, that he had a place in the back. He wasn't catching any keepers, but there was a lot of bait. And today that turned into one of his better areas. Those fish are moving. But until those trees get that yellow and orange tinge, but there's no big transition yet. They're still basically fishing late summer pattern.
My trees in my front yard do that, but that's because it's been so hot and so
Yeah,
dry.
dry.
The leaves are just dropping off of them.
Yeah, they're colored brown.
Yeah.
I know.
Didn't you say the day was the first day of fall?
I think full day,
Yesterday.
yesterday or something. They might considered it, but yeah.
And that's the other thing. Once the days start getting shorter, that's the other thing that all triggers all that to happen, because, they're like, oh, the days are getting shorter. It's time for me to eat.
You pick up a lot of weather tendencies and different migrational things when you're deer hunting, or
It's all the same. All of nature revolves around those weather changes, you know, and fish, much like other animals, most of the time, other than one period of the year, all they do is eat. Their whole life is around what they eat. So wherever the bait, and it's really, that's what starts to move.
there was a time when we were 1 to 12 where what we ate was what we revolved around too as youngins, you know, like that's all, the only care in the world we had was what we ate next.
Oh my gosh, they're chasing bait.
I still do that, right?
Oh, we know.
Oh my gosh.
How's hunting season looking there, Greg?
It looks pretty good. It's good.
Got cam shots and.
I have some
That's the
pictures.
base of that buoy
I
right
haven't
there.
been able to. We've already had one 3-day season, the velvet hunt. I couldn't make it happen during that deal. I got close.
Got close?
I got close. Well, it definitely got cloudy from the bluebird sun from this morning. Everybody looks to be fishing under cloud cover now.
Yeah, less than 3 hours of fishing remaining, though.
Oh, it's crunch time. I'm even John Garrett's 8 pounds and 10 ounces back. So he can't make that up with one. And realistically,
And he's got a cull too. He's not feeling limit.
Yeah, he probably needs to cull realistically 3 times to overcome that.
He's got one in the box similar to Kyle's. You X
Maybe
those
bigger.
off. And then Kyle's got 2 or 3 more 4-pounders. And when Kyle, who knows he's had a good day, he's caught these bass. He's held these bass. When he goes back to the live well and he's like, oh, I think I may have more than I had.
And he's now just looking for one bite. Like in it mentally, he's just fishing for one bite.
Yeah, he's got the big bag, 18-1 on Bass Tracker, the 4.0, 4.5, a 4.8, 3.0, and a small at 2 1/4.
I'd bet that 3 is.
We figured
3,
3-4.
Yeah, something like that.
And then we figure his 2-pounders are probably between 2.5 and 2 3/4.
Heavy 2.
He needs to call it out to get our first bag over 20 pounds this week, though. Day 1, we're
Yeah.
1 ounce short. 2 guys were 1 ounce short. John Garrett's second. He's got about 13 pounds on his bass track. Local Brad Jelinek, 13 pounds.
One more fish.
If you tuned in and you were a Brad Jelinek fan, so
There's one
were we.
suspended.
We would love to have a camera in the boat with him today. Had some travel issues with our camera guy who never ended up
Gosh, he
making
spooked
it.
quick.
So Brad's out there just.
We never were able to get in
Maybe
it,
a 2-pound
get a video or.
Our guy got to him right during our
Oh
midday
my
break
gosh,
and
man.
got a little update. He had a 4 and a 3.
So crucial.
Some other ones he really needed to cull, but yeah, he had a good start.
Sometimes I forget and I leave those on.
It's amazing to me because at least when I fished or my style of fishing, my boat would never touch the water he's in right now. I would have gone down the dock to that riprap,
Even
down
a
to the next
3-pounder
dock.
would be
Like,
really, really helpful.
this random in between, 25 feet, you're off the bank, it's deeper. Like, what are you fishing? But now,
still live?
there's a brush pile out there. And
right.
there's some bait
A
fish
rock.
chilling there, yeah.
Or there's just a bass out there.
And then, yeah, it's definitely opened it up to fish that we've never.
It has, but then we
Strategically.
look at Andy Newcomb, and he's still doing
Yep.
fishing the same way he's been fishing there his entire life.
Yep.
And it's working. I mean,
Yeah. Like I think you said in your column, plenty of ways to still catch them, to make cuts, to make checks, to make top 10s. But
there were
will we see the
guys-
win come with that? Most likely, but we still see plenty of guys in the top 10 doing their own deal.
we thought at Murray that Fujita was going to win with front-facing sonar, and he got beat by a guy using his eyes.
more
Another
fish so
version
bad.
of
Yeah.
front-facing sonar.
Yeah.
Drew Benton.
The other
So,
live,
the
instantaneous
other
feedback
live.
we have.
See, we've had front-facing sonar, whichever way I turn my head for my entire life.
I need to get some better lithiums for mine. Then there's
Yeah.
something. My front facing's not as good as it used to be.
And I will tell you, a lot of that deal reminds me of sight fishing, because you'll just stand on your trolling motor and go. Well, that's what you do when you're bed fishing. You just, in practice, all you do is roll and roll and roll and mark fish. It's basically the same deal. We're just doing it on our screen instead of doing it with our eyes.
Yeah. Doing it 25 feet deep.
Right.
Or 30 feet deep.
Or they can be in 100 feet of water and 4
There's
feet
one
deep.
singular brush pile.
Champlain?
And in practice, I had a giant on my bent out jig. I didn't even go back yesterday because it was too far and the waves were ridiculous. Those were big ones.
What I've noticed is really changed technique in how guys fish their bait. You can either even watch that with guys jerk baiting. It's totally taken out the cadence of making that cast, doing that cadence, making that cast, because now it's each individual fish, so your cadence is around that fish. The same way watching with this jig. You've never seen a guy fish a jig like
Those
that
are
before.
fish I need right there.
Like he's reeling and then he pulls a lot so he gets it on the screen where he can see the fish and his bait at the same time. It's really.
It's not just, I'm going to do this cadence for 10 casts and then I might switch it up after I've gotten my feedback of no bites and then I'll switch it up. Now it's within the cast, you throw 3 different cadences.
Three different cadences.
Yeah.
It's cool. Like watching Patrick Walters with that jerk bait, how he's fishing for each fish and how he moves the bait to keep it in the right place. It's because you're fishing for a sight fish that you can see.
It's almost similar to football when the guy walks up to the line of scrimmage to blitz and you're trying to read if he's actually coming or not, or if he drops back, or if the safety's coming as a disguise. And when you start to play, you may pump fake to the right thinking that's not the route, and it may open up, like you got to just in the moment.
Well, it's like sight fishing. You will never the bait will never be the same. You got 10 sight fish. Each one of them will take something different to get them to bite. Even though you might have caught them with the same bait, it's the same deal with this. One fish is on the bottom, he needs it crawled. Then I watch him swim a lot. Then he reels it up and drops it on them. Like it's, because you're targeting the fish. Again, it goes back to I'm not throwing out a spot. It's very interesting to watch. I mean, you learn so much.
Have you caught yourself, oh shoot, I just got lost in this thing, I just wasted some time, or okay, I now know that if a fish reacts like that, more times than not, he may not bite immediately, or, has it helped you reduce?
So the one thing I
what?
noticed, that you have more time, it seems to have more time on largemouth than you do on smallmouth. The smallmouth, when we were in the north, a lot of them, if they weren't sitting on a rock or whatever, especially say Champlain or St. Clair, they're moving. They're constantly moving. They're swimming and eating. They're hunting whatever they're eating. And where largemouth kind of give you the deal where you can have multiple baits rigged up. Because a lot of them, if they're sitting on a place, you get the opportunity, they'll just sit there. You can kind of go through the gamut. Where on the smallmouth, you didn't really have time because they were constantly, not so much at the St. Lawrence, they were sitting on spots or swimming around this place. But like Champlain and St. Clair both, they were swimming on bait. You had to be on them, or you're constantly moving, trying to keep up with them, because they would never be still. So you really only had time to, it was hard for me, honestly, to change baits if he didn't bite what I was using. Because by the time I reached around and you look up, he's gone.
Gone.
He's gone. But where the largemouth, especially around brush,
they got a home. They have a home.
They sit in their ambush spot.
Yeah, so it gives you an opportunity where you see a guy with a jig, you can pick up a drop shot and fish back through those fish, a Texas rig, a spoon, whatever it may be.
Very interesting. Like we mentioned, John Garrett, everything this morning was a bonus. Right now is his bite window, 12 to 3 every day he's done it. And he said that the 30 to 50 feet of water has been what he's been targeting because the bait has been so high in the water column early in the day that the fish aren't on different structures. They may, at least in his area, they may be over 15 feet of water, but they're not on the brush that's in 15. But when the sun gets up, and then obviously when the boat traffic gets around and the bait sinks in the water, those fish in 30 to 50 will get to a ambush spot, get to an area that they're going to live the rest of the day that he can then catch them without them swimming to the next depth zone or up and down in the water column. So that's been interesting. And a couple guys like Robert G. talked about these fish, unless they're in less than 10 feet of water in terms of the water column, they don't want the Damiki dropped on them. Like they'd rather have a drop shot or a football jig thrown towards them. That these fish really have gotten shy to a Damiki rig if they're not positioned in that active feeding upward mode.
And probably another thing that the front-facing sonar is really going to help is the chiropractic business. Because if you watch everybody, they're all sitting there with their heads bent. They you cannot take your eyes off the screen because you're going to miss something.
Someone last night said, day one, I had a bent neck and it was all sore. And yesterday I just went fishing and didn't do that. And my neck felt great.
Straighten the neck problem out.
He said, but that's also this lake. You can't. It's hard to rely on the same exact thing every day. A lot of our locals have had to sample deep fish. Like I think Andy Newcomb.
I read that.
5 deep on day 1, 4 of them shallow yesterday.
Day 2.
Yeah.
And he seems to be fishing relatively shallow today.
Yeah,
or a
for
lot
sure.
flatter areas than most of the guys are fishing.
And that may be attributed to cloud cover, the possible storms that went through last night. He also told me, like he said on camera a couple minutes ago, I can catch a 4-pounder out deep, but he doesn't think he can catch a 6-pounder. He thinks he can catch a 6-pounder up shallow. So he said, I might just lock myself into shallow, knowing I may have a lower floor, but I could have a higher ceiling. Whereas if I wanted to just maintain for points and be consistent, I may just ride out deep. But I'm trying to win. I'm trying to get a trophy and $43,000. I'm trying to win.
I did notice the part of the lake that Andy Newcomb went to.
Yeah.
Because I'm a bass fisherman. When chances are the best local on the lake, or one of the best locals, makes the top 10, and the final day when he's trying to win and he has a legit shot at winning, makes a decision to pick that area of the lake, I'm like, interesting.
Yeah. Noted. You'll love this. Talked to all 10 of them last night, gave them a heads up we'd be watching them all day today, and so would Greg Hackney, and he'd be critiquing them. And everyone was like, uh-oh, I don't want to get nervous. The only one who wasn't nervous and lit up, Kyle Patrick. He said, Greg Hackney's by far my hero. Hopefully I don't let him down today. And he has not let
anyone down today.
The other 9.
Once we're done today, just be a couple days off. We will be back live for Bassmaster Live 3 straight days. I believe we'll have former 2-time college bracket competitor Jake Whitaker will be in studio for the Striking Bassmaster College Series Saturday, Sunday, and Monday of next week. Milford Lake in Kansas, where the 8 individual best anglers in college fishing will go head-to-head for one spot in the Bassmaster Classic and to represent their college series on the Opens next year.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Lake of the Ozarks from Osage, Missouri is presented by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Winding down the day, just halfway through the day, about 5 hours of fishing under our belts and 3 more to go for these anglers before they check in later today. Look at the weights right there. 2nd through 5th, all 44 pounds and change. And you've got 6th through 8th, all 41 or 40 pounds. All tight below the leader because Kyle Patrick has had a day of it. Our day 1 tied for the lead, 19-15. He dropped back just 1 ounce behind the lead yesterday and has assumed a big lead today. As we go out live with Brad Jelinek, a great look in for him. We haven't had the opportunity to be in the boat with him. We explained it a little bit earlier. But I believe our guy Chase Sansom is
Brad, do you want to give us an update?
Out on the lake with him.
Maybe Brad doesn't want to talk.
Sadly, he does not, yeah.
No, he's sounds quiet. Obviously trying to relay some video from a non-camera and give you some tough audio at times. We'll try to just watch in as we get this figured out with the joys of technology. But it does look like he's utilizing his electronics, fishing a little bit different than Andy. Brad had talked about the desire to throw at topwater. He's been just to the towards the dam from takeoff just a little bit, like a turn or two, or just in that first turn for a little bit of the day.
Looks like he may be fishing deep brush like the other guys. Now he's mixing in the dock brush.
I believe if you saw that big American flag, it said Lakewood. I believe that's a resort on the lake just above the bridge right outside of Grand Glaze. So he's not been fishing the same water as a lot of our other guys, but just in that same vicinity of the lake.
You know, when you were looking at the leaderboard a while ago, it really looks like you expected it to, with the exception of Kyle getting so far ahead of everyone. But it was one of those tournaments where you expected that everybody had a chance to win.
Yeah, 10th place.
Just
Dice Cake
plugging
Keita was
away
312
still.
back.
I made the decision to come back up to the big fish zone, and we're not worried about catching 11 or 12 pounds and getting a decent finish or anything like that. It's so hard to get a shot at the Classic that you got to take it. Might have to switch things up a little bit. It might look like I'm fishing nothing but docks, but there's a lot of different things going on around these docks. Some are deep, some have deep brush, some they suspend under, some are little shallower ones. Just not really getting enough bites to clue me into it, so. Caught some shorts, some, nice fat, probably close to 2 pound, like line burners, but those aren't gonna help us win anyway, so. Not shook about that. It's, I got Luminetti and my buddy Brad Leitner, the booster bus today back there. Shouting away. Lost my train of thought, but yeah. Just plugging away. 2 big bites and we'll be close to the Classic. And like I said, if it doesn't happen and this is as good as it gets, then that's fine. I'm not gonna, get all spun out today and be worried about it. There's a lot, you know, a lot more things in life that are worse than not catching fish on a nice day, you know. So we're gonna keep swinging with it. We got a couple hours. I've definitely made a lot more out of less in the past, so not discouraged. Still plugging away, and hopefully I'm not getting chirped too bad for not catching them back in the studio.
You must think we're a hard group back in the studio.
I told him it was win or we're gonna drag him through the
Cable.
dirt, so I guess he believed me.
At the same, as Gussie. Gussie does the exact same
literally,
thing.
if he put on a Gussie mask and talk, we really wouldn't know the difference.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
He does have the boat that I would want to have if I've got to make a 40-mile run through a flotilla of boats. It's probably not as severe of a beating some other guys have taken this week, maybe.
I'm telling you, there is nothing about the boat he has that I want.
Why?
I like the one I have.
Oh, no, I mean, I agree.
Wow.
I don't disagree. I'm just like, you know, like, he can take some solace and, hey, at least like I'm equipped to make the run and not feel like I'm dead when I get back, you know. There are some guys who didn't make that run because they don't quite trust stuff.
It just doesn't look today. They just don't have a bad day.
No.
Like, I know there's a good many boats out there, but it's still
No, it's good.
doable. I keep thinking we'll see Zona go by on his pontoon boat because, you know, summer's already ended in Michigan, so he's coming south chasing summer.
Out with Robert G.
I'm glad I checked that.
And he's from Tennessee?
Knoxville.
Knoxville. Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Which is a lake I really like. I like Fort Loudon Tellico.
Yeah. Stand Down. That's the famous place that you caught the, you know?
Yeah.
He's got a limit going about 11 pounds today.
I mean, dominantly, they have all locked that big jig. They're all throwing a 3/4 ounce jig, and they've all locked it in their hand. That seems to be the...
So tell me about the Classic this year, 10th place. One of your best finishes for a cold weather Classic that we've had in a while. We got to see you on day one, doing something like vastly different than we had seen there in the past. How did you practice for this Classic, at Fort Loudon?
Similar to the way we were there last time. I actually had a really good practice. The largemouth eluded me. I don't know.
Hey, you caught some smallmouth in that one, and
The smallmouth was just supposed to be filler fish, and the
For sure.
largemouth was my dominant fish, and it ended up being just reverse. The smallmouth ended up being the dominant fish.
He went out of service for us a little bit. We didn't get to see this happen. It's already reflected on Bass Track, but this was just a little bit ago with Andy Newcomb.
Bacon. Coming back here.
I have noticed it looked like
Jig head I've never used before, so.
Andy started as far away
how
as
it
he
gets
was going to fish, and now he's fishing his way back towards takeoff.
Not very good. Come here, dude. Come here. Just come here. Oh my goodness. Jeez Louise, not even that big. Hey, MLF guy, you don't get to use a net. You get to look like a fool trying to catch a 3-pounder. You boat flip that every day in practice and it never comes off. Then you hook it on tournament day and you get all sketched out. It's a pretty good one, though.
Makes him nervous. These bass tournaments make him nervous.
Having a camera in your boat.
Ooh, biggest one of the day,
Yeah,
just barely over 3 pounds. Stop. Okay, I'm gonna give him his own side for now. Get under your foot here, Hunter.
There was a lot of guys mentioning last cast of the day, caught one late day, last hour. So I know we said it at Watts Bar. We had a low pressure storm coming through. We thought
beers better
would
be
fire
cold
it up.
when I get
It
back to the
didn't
truck,
last week,
Brad.
but I wouldn't count, you know, getting sunnier, maybe a little more
There's
wind.
some cold beers in the truck when we get back there.
Some boat wakes. I would expect the last hour and a half of this tournament, somebody make some extra money by moving up big time.
And the lake does have such a big population of 4 to 6 pounders, so two of those bites really change a guy's
the outcome of his day. I mean, you got a brush pile fish, you could catch 2 4s off one brush pile real quick. Or if you're going down the bank, it could be a hot dock and you catch 2 off the same dock.
It's got a lot of 5-pounders weighed in during the weigh-ins, and we had 2 6.5s as a tie for our Phoenix Boats Big Bass, Luke Palmer and Daryl Gleason, 2 elite guys.
It seemed like the first day was a 5.14.
No, Gleason had that on day one. He had 19.14 and the 6.5.
There were some other.
Kerrs Lake had
the big one.
had a 6.2, but he only had 2 fish. Al Patrick had a 5.6 in his 19.15. Julius Maisie a 5.11. Hargrove had a 5.6 on day one in his 18-pound. Day two he had a B.J. Usey had a 6.0. Brady Vernon a 6.0, and then Luke Palmer with the 6.5. A couple real high 5s. Robert G 5.10. Jack Dice 5.12.
A lot of good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the 5.12. Spit up a gizzard shad.
Yeah.
I sent it to the truck. I don't know if just the format of it, if we can show it
I heard
or
him
not.
say
But
that
Jack
on
Dice weighed a 5.12. Weighed the gizzard shad spit up in his live well by the tail was sticking out of that 5.12's mouth. 4 ounces, it would have been a 6-pounder.
Yeah.
And he would have made the cut today. But he said, I'm not thinking about that. Obviously I had plenty of other opportunities to make up 4 ounces, but a good finish for him. Kyle Patrick hooked up trying to cull out a heavy maybe.
Yeah. Keita was 31.10. Jack Dice was 31.7.
Looks like he's made the move back to his flat spot.
What do I have in there?
Back of the creek.
Not going to help him.
I don't even think that's near as small.
Gosh, I thought it was going to be bigger. I think I'm going to catch a big one here. That is the best brush pile in the lake. That's where I caught my 4.5.
You again. I ain't complaining stretching out the suffix, but sure wouldn't mind seeing a buffalo head come out of the water instead of them little weasels.
So That's funny.
We're on, Ron.
People from the South refer to them as rats, and people from Canada refer to them as weasels. That's the first time I've ever heard a small bass referred to
I'll sit here and
as a
pepper these
weasel.
12 inches until they stop biting.
I guess we treat small bass like
I
we
did
do
catch a
bad
couple
friends.
keepers here yesterday, but
AKA weasels.
Weasels. He said that, a little weasel. And he referred to a big
all the
bass
keepers
as
are
a
down at the
buffalo
ramp.
head.
Starting to get couple bites here and there, maybe small ones, but guys are making some moves to some areas. Kyle Patrick going back to another area. Maybe he can call out that 2 and change and make it a solid 20-pound bag today. He is well on his way to doing that. Somebody from John Garrett, Brad Jelinek, JT Tompkins, Andy Newcomb, somebody out of there is definitely going to make a run at this thing later. Maybe someone even lower. 2 5-pounders go a long way.
Yeah! No way! You're watching live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Lake of the Ozarks from Osage, Missouri.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live here. Final day, Championship Sunday at the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite, Lake of the Ozarks. It's been a topsy-turvy event for so many people. As expected in the fall, it's not always the easiest fishing, but the leaderboard is certainly tight from 2nd down to 5th and 5th down to 8th. And the only runaway we have today is Kyle Patrick from the rest of the field. He has had one of the best days of the week and definitely the best day today. He's extended into a big lead over John Garrett, Brad Jelinek, JT Tompkins, Andy Newcomb, all within ounces of each other. So we go out live to a 4-box with our leader, Kyle Patrick, and 2nd, John Garrett. And we have JT Tompkins in 4th, Tyler Williams in 7th. John Garrett would be pleased to note he's gained about 5 points or 6 points on JT Tompkins. He said it's hard to do this year. Hard to have him slip up more than just 4 or 5 points in a given time.
After day 2, he's 27 back of him. Garrett was.
What did Garrett start? I think Garrett started today 8th.
Great.
Oh, in the event, yes.
8th in the
He
event,
was
JT
8th,
started 4th.
So they've moved.
He's gained 6, and JT's lost 2, so he's gained 8 today.
Oh. Hello.
No, JT's held 4th. He's still in 4th.
Oh, I'm sorry,
But
yes.
Garrett has jumped up from
6th.
8th.
Hello.
2nd. I said it was going to stay cloudy, but they've changed it again. Sun's breaking out.
Dude, I can't even talk about it. Like it is. It's freaking. It is like been my dream since I can't even talk about it without tearing up. It would be crazy. There are really, like, people always say there are no words. There really aren't any words. Like, when you said that, it got me going. I need one more fish, though. Come on. It's funny, I haven't even really thought about it. That's how outlandish it feels to go to the Classic.
Do you have the same feelings for your first Classic 20 years ago, Greg?
It probably means as much or more to me now as it did then.
You made 17.
No, 18.
18 now. You're
Get it
going
straight.
next year.
Get it straight. He made one, though.
Okay,
He
you
just
made
hasn't
it, yes.
attended it yet.
Yeah, you don't get it yet
standings mean
on
to
your
you?
stats till you go there.
You said winning the tournament and the standings?
Yeah.
Man, I mean, I went to the Bassmaster Classic this year, and it was by far the best experience of my life. And it would mean everything for me to go back. You know, that's what I've been, these last 3 tournaments, that's what I've been shooting for. From St. Lawrence on, I've been just shooting for the win and nothing else. And it's worked out good. But, no, the Bassmaster Classic is something special, and every time, you can't win if you're not there, and that's just one of my #1 goals is 1, make it to the elites, and 2, win the Bassmaster Classic. And, you know, I got to be there to win it. And that's what I'm going to go for these last few tournaments. Today, I mean, it's not over yet. You could pull up a 1 dock and catch multiple big ones. And I know it's pretty tough right now, but we still got plenty of time to get it done. And then the other big deal for me is winning AOI. You know, that's what I've been working towards all year. And I'd love to seal the deal, you know, at Harris Chain and get it done. And then if we can either win here or, you know, get it done at Harris Chain, yeah, I think that would seal the deal for AOI, especially if I win Harris Chain. And then going to the elites, winning AOI would be huge. And then the next goal would be shooting for a Rookie of the Year. And that would be the big deal for me. But no, those two accolades are something I've always wanted, and you don't get many chances at getting those. So definitely going to try to take advantage anytime I can, for sure.
Is that going to help me? I don't think so. He's
Cal
short.
Patrick has caught a lot of bass today compared to everybody else. He's probably caught more fish today and weight than the field. You know, like he's caught a bunch.
No, I can't risk that. Can't risk it. That dude'll short, and then I'll
still catching him.
No. That ain't happening.
I do find that the older you get, the more you appreciate things.
Well, Davey Hyde always said that when he won his last victory. Was really emotional and really meant a lot to him.
Yeah.
It's been different since your stint away coming back. Every time I do the interviews with you, you've said that
yeah.
You just
maybe I took that for granted. Maybe I used to take it for granted, and I don't take it for granted anymore.
So they're asking me to ask you if
I really.
nervous knowing that you had Greg Hackney watching you all day.
Greg Hackney is literally my hero. I love that guy. He probably doesn't remember, but when I first went to ICAST back in the day, I think it was with Douglas Outdoors in 2019. I asked him a question, and I didn't listen to anything that he said because I was just in awe that I was talking to Greg Hackney. I also love the way he fishes.
That's what we're doing here.
That sounds like one of my kids.
That one's gonna bite it. Oh no. Oh no, he short struck it. I don't think it was a big one, but. These fish are getting suspended now, again. There he goes. Come on. It's gonna be 1 3-pounder.
Box with Kyle Patrick, Andrew Hargrove, JT Tompkins, John Garrett. Hargrove making a move right now. Hargrove, if you remember, started in the Camden Roach region of Lake of the Ozarks, which is more towards the river.
Gosh darn, that felt like a fish.
Which river, Ronnie?
Up the river.
Yeah,
getting
the
closer
Osage
to
River.
Yes, going closer to
What was that? One more time. Sorry.
Truman.
It's kind of what I've been after for going on 4 or 5 years now, so it feels really good to finally close the door on that. It's kind of, I wouldn't say everything, but definitely a dream of mine, and looking forward to taking the next step, no doubt. Ooh, sorry, I got one after me. But definitely happy that more than likely I'll be fishing the elites next year. It's just something that I've been trying so hard to do and been getting so close to doing it the past 4 years. And like I said, I finally have things come together, man. It's just been such a blessed year. No complaints about this year.
Got to witness the onslaught in 2016. Colin Patrick's putting on an onslaught today. Small one for him, probably won't hold, but talking about John Garrett, Kentucky, so he qualifies and makes the bracket at the 25th.
It's not going to help, I don't think.
2015 championship, I believe. No, it was the 2016 championship.
I think he made the 2017 Classic.
Yes, so 2016 championship at Green River Lake, Kentucky, qualifies for the bracket.
Dude,
the bracket was a week or two later, maybe a month later, at Kentucky Lake.
Nope.
So that's got to be a goal for a Bethel University angler to make it on my home lake.
Near my boat.
Absolute domination. The most lopsided bracket I've ever seen in my life. Every day, 16 to 18 pounds for him. No one else could muster up more than 12, hardly. A lot of people fishing docks, some people running to the dam. And he milked an area. Every morning he'd come up and hit it. He'd do his ledge, rotation. Absolutely dominated the field all 3 days of the bracket to win.
Usually we have some pretty close matches
Not at
in
all.
the college.
Not at all.
Like last year and the year before.
I think in the final round,
The year before.
his opponent was out of fish. Obviously an out-of-towner using the 2 days or 1 day of practice as best they can. He was out of fish, and John Garrett had 18 pounds and he had 0. Knocked it out of the park.
It'd be good. I'll be honest with you. After 7 years of trying, my wife and I are finally pregnant. I think I can say that now. She's just a small girl, and I'm a big dude, so she doesn't hide it very well. But we took a look at the schedule, and the due date is right between the 2 Texas tournaments. So it's, that's been a hard thing. I've been thinking about it a lot lately. After Watts Bar, I was honestly a little bit relieved because I thought I had blown it. But now it's back on my mind, and I don't know how that's going to lay out. But I'll tell you one thing: I sure would like, to be able to qualify and make that decision. But I'm just thinking about this one right now. The chances at making the Classic don't come along often, so that's where my focus is. But I don't know where we're going to sit in points after this. I think I slid into the top 10 after yesterday. And it's getting tight up there. It's been interesting to watch. I'm a bass fishing nerd, so I like watching this stuff. Even though I'm in the mix, I like watching it from the outside in, but or from the ins, however you say that. But yeah, no, it'd be good to join Gussie and the Johnstons and Coop, and but I'm happy either way. To be honest, worst case scenario, it doesn't work out. go back to my job at the Kenora Jail. Shout out to everyone there and at the OCIU that's been picking up the slack for me. You know, trying to do all these opens and work a full-time job and you know, do the tackle thing with BT Fishing's been a trying year, but wouldn't trade it for the world. And
Give your wife a big shout out for doing all the hard work.
yeah, and obviously my wife at home. I miss her, my dog like crazy, Normie. But yeah, it's, you know, she's getting pretty good at pushing the lawnmower around without me there. So looking forward to getting home and seeing her, and let's go catch a couple more bass and buy a fancy stroller.
Pretty likable. I like that his bio lists his wife, Ashley, Norman the dog. Oh, Normie.
It's definitely been, other than Kyle, it's been spurts. But I mean, he's still, like that whole period, he's catching something. He caught two or three.
Yeah.
Like he's constantly getting bites.
And
Fishing a little
it
more.
could be like this for other guys if they were in a different rotation of spots possibly. Like he has not only gotten to his good areas, but he's hitting them at the perfect time today, it seems, like when they're ready to bite or they're active. Not saying it's over, because it's never over till you got to get back into weigh-in and make it happen. But something's got to give. Andy Newcomb, JT Tompkins, Brad Jelinek. What's that? We got a little bit of Daisuke Kita moving from 10th to 6th. He's been sitting there on 2 fish all day long. Looks like a couple big ones have popped in. We'll have to get some, maybe some service with Daisuke and see what's up with that. Another guy jumping in to just the ounces away from second place so far. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. Here, the waning moments. We got about an hour left of our coverage today, 2 hours left before they have to put it on the trailer and crown a champion over at Public Ramp number 2, Grand Glaze region. We head out with Andy Newcomb. He had a 3-pounder or so, his biggest fish of the day, just a little bit ago. He's been fishing shallow. Now that it's full sun in his area, it looks like he's fishing a little bit off the bank, keeping it honest.
Might be number 5. Ain't no 4-pounder. Yeah, it is number 5.
So he's made a switch to a worm from his black and
I guess today's the day I should have fished deep.
Excuse me.
I think I need to measure him.
And that's what you were talking about. He could fish deep and have 150 spots to fish. He could fish shallow and have 150. Some guys won't be regretting their decision even if they don't win today, but he'll be like, maybe I should have kept it more honest, you know?
Well, yeah, I just heard him say that yesterday we should just spend all day fishing
Things could have
deep.
changed quick right there if that one wouldn't have broke off. What are we doing here now? All right. About a 2-pounder.
6th angler with a limit today. He's got about 12, 14, almost 13 pounds. Up to second place, though.
Yeah, he's going to break that
I heard him say
4-way tie.
He just broke one off, too, right before that one.
That would have been a pretty cool little deal right there if we'd have caught both of them. Yeah, $1.98, so 2 pounds on your guys' scale.
Local guys, Newcomb and Jelinek, 2nd and 4th, respectively.
You notice how lightly I set the hook on that one? Like a little girl.
Oh.
There you go.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Ha ha ha. Let's freaking go. Ha. Hold on, let me get him untangled. Ha ha! Look at that big head. Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I've never fished here one single time in the
The
tournament.
biggest fish that we've seen
look
caught
good.
today.
You think it's closer to 5 than 4?
I do.
That's how it's happened all week. Pulled up to places I've never even fished in the tournament, or in practice even. And it's just happened for me. I can't explain it. It's awesome. Whew. That's a big relief right there. Yes, sir.
Moves him probably from 10th to, right there, currently 5th. 10th to 5th, a 4.5 pounder for him. That's what it was put in at Bass Track. That goes a long way to go with his 1.5 pounders. Why don't we just make that, Greg Hagney, the St. Croix Rods replay of the day for the afternoon? I think we could go for another 3 hours of live now. They've piqued my interest again. We'll just take it all the way through the rest of the day.
Evening bite has started cranking up.
And I don't know what the decision is. He's been living and dying with a drop shot all day. Decides to pick up a jig.
Big worm.
Better. Oh, a big worm. I'm
Big
sorry,
worm.
a big worm. Better than average bite for him today. A bunch of 1.5-pounders, 2-pounders, and a 4.5-pounder to anchor his bag. Now he has put his name in that group that is basically all tied at 44 and change.
Definitely going to be a shootout for second place.
Oh, it would mean the world to me. I mean, the past 5 years of my life, every minute, or I guess every hour of the day, I've thought about tournament bass fishing and trying to fish professionally, and that's pretty much all I've done with myself. Like I've put myself in the right direction with fishing in college, getting to travel on my college's money and fish all these new lakes and learn how to break them down on my own. And I actually fished at Tennessee, so we don't really have a team that's as a school. It's a club team, so we kind of just ran the team on our own, and like we didn't have a coach that would gather info for us to tell us about the lake. So we just drove there, put the boats in the water, and figured it out on our own, which I think really has helped me with the Open so far. Just being able to go to a new lake and try to go fishing and learn stuff and put the pieces together. But it would mean the absolute world to me to make the elites. That's all I've thought of for the past 5-6 years, to try to make it. And hopefully if I get one more good tournament at Harris Chain, I'll be there. I gotta catch a few more big ones though today. I'd like to get a trophy.
Work to be done.
How much time do they have left?
They fish till 3 o'clock or so,
Okay.
3:15, something
Plenty
like that. I
of
think
time.
3:15 is weigh-in for 3:15 Central Time. So they've got 2 hours left. Robert talked to him on the phone last night. I said, pardon my ignorance, but normally when I look at the college series, I can look at a single individual on a team and say, hey, that guy, Justin Atkins, Jake Whitaker, Drew Cook, and Patrick Walton, like, you're going to be in the elites one day. I didn't say that for you. What did I miss? And he said, well, last year we were actually leading team of the year for 2 events. I slung a prop, and it took me like 3 hours to get it all figured out at Norfolk, which was an ultimately like fish catching event and tight weight event. He said I dropped a lot that day.
Right now, Dan.
Ended up catching them the last 2 events of the season, got 6th in team of the year. And so I would have probably, you gain a couple pounds for that 3 hours of
I'm
time.
gonna run back and hit them brush piles and broke that big one off.
Maybe was team of the year, quite possibly so. So he had a fantastic end of his college career and was able to sign up priority because he was top 10 in Team of the Year. Had an opportunity to sign up for the Opens and say, hey, this might be the best time for me to go after it. And Robert G has made the most of it this year, Mike Sukon. He's not only put together a great consistent year, but today he just got the bite that he's been looking for all day long and is trying to back it up with another good one.
Yeah, after 18-15, the big bag on day 2.
Number 2.
Robert G's slowly built a bag and then pop in a 4.5 pounder to finish off your limit. Climb up the standings.
Let's go. Ha ha. Look at that big head.
Not too shabby at all. As we go over to John Garrett. You saw it this morning, Greg Hadney. About 5 fish on 3 or 4 different lures for him. Got started off quick, and then he capped off his limit with a big one.
Yeah, you just seen him catch a fish on a bladed jig. Now he's drop shotting.
Been really living in that 30 to 40 foot range, especially in the afternoon. But this morning, surprisingly, got off to a great start, and this was the big one that really jumped him up into contention earlier today. Obviously needs 3 or 4 more like that to be able to threaten Kyle Patrick. He had to make up some weight on Kyle, and Kyle's had a fantastic day. But otherwise, John Garrett's fished a pretty flawless, having to balance, do I make a risk and go to the dam where I had a good practice, or do I stay closer and make the most of it? John's made some good decisions. Meanwhile, a local who's got to balance all those decisions. Do I go upriver? Do I go down lake? Do I fish deep? Do I fish shallow? Andy Newcomb has balanced that very well all week long, survived, and made it to Championship Sunday for our top 10. Him and Brad Jelinek, the 2 locals, with nothing, no skin in the game for this one other than trying to win the event, represent for the hometown team. Newcomb's really used a swim jig shallow for most of the time and only switched it up recently.
And literally about every tournament on that lake, he's in the top 10.
Well, the name to know, I think maybe that's why his jersey says the Andy Newcomb. Around Lake of the Ozarks, he is the
Yeah, there's
Andy
2 other
Newcomb.
guys named Andy Newcomb there fish. I don't know.
May see him start to run some milk runs of offshore, deeper stuff. Maybe he'll start to put together some coals, just like this guy started his morning. That's probably about a 3.5, maybe 4 pound even, and then started every single swing of the bat, seemed to put a 4+ pounder in the boat. Another good one for him there. This was just a limit filler, a 2+ pounder. Didn't have to measure that one like Greg Hadney said, which means you already know it's a decent keeper. So he did not have to measure that. Every decision Kyle Patrick has made today has resulted in a big one. It has separated him from the rest of the pack big time today.
Got the most fish, 3 fish over 4 pounds. He's jumped up in EQ from 12th to 6th place. Could be on the elites next year. He could be in the Classic as well if he wins this.
Andrew Hargrove hooked up. It's hard to imagine Kyle Patrick coming in the tightest event of the season, 1 ounce separating the top 2, and maybe has the 2nd largest winning margin behind Toledo Bend, where Ben Milliken won by 10 pounds.
Well, right now Newcomb is about 7.25 pounds back of him in 2nd.
Well, you're gonna have to get bigger.
I'm going to go out on a limb and take a bet that Kyle Patrick's going to be at the Classic next year, fishing, not just showing up.
How much? How much? I got a lifesaver over here, I'll bet you.
Oh, we can put a lifesaver on it.
Yeah, here.
We're getting a few bites though.
I think you're right. He's determined to get rid of that little fish as well. He doesn't think he's sealed the deal yet.
Kyle Patrick is setting the hook like he doesn't have a limit and he needs to every bite to matter. He is on edge. Tyler Williams, just a few minutes ago when we were in commercial break.
There's one of those little ones. I think. I don't know, this one's shrinking on me. Okay, so.
Tyler Williams trying to gain as many points as possible. Started the day in 6th, has fallen down to 9th.
Bite it. Yeah. Come on. Nah. Hey, relax, relax. Relax. Yeah, bite.
Cal Patrick is doing everything he needs to do today to win.
Really trying to focus on making the elites. I'm glad I made a little comeback. One event left. We'll see how it goes.
His intensity. I mean, he has
Came out
been
of the
like that
last
from
one
the
good,
beginning.
Came out of this one good.
I told you he was wired.
He is wired. He's an energy drink guy.
And the two guys on the right have been focused all year as well. I think, you know, just finishing in the top 3. We got J.T. Tompkins, John Garrett, and Trey McKinnon, who didn't make our top 10, but he was just outside of it. They've just had spectacular seasons, kind of running away, a little breakaway top 3.
I mean, it puts it in perspective. Having 4 or 5 top 10s out of 9 events for the Opens with the size fields we have, that's very, very, very impressive. But to see like a Greg Hackney or a Gerald Swindle in their AOY seasons, like win 2 events or get 6 top 10s out of 9 on the elite level, that's fishing to another level. Like, that's absolutely incredible.
I feel like you have some guys right here that you'll see that out of in time. One of these guys will perform that way. Maybe 3 of them, honestly, over the next few years. This is talent level is really high, this group.
And the tests they've gone through over the season really shows that they can fish at different venues.
We saw you jumping in the Eufaula, Alabama, and the Wheeler Lake event. Are you going to be at the Harris Chain to wrap up the Division I?
I might be here.
You might be slanking around.
Oh.
Just introduce yourself. Just good luck. Hey, no pressure today, guys. See you next year.
I figured it would be a good opportunity for me to scout Harris Chain.
Yeah, perfect.
Might as well fish a
Harris Chain in the fall, Harris Chain in the spring.
Hey, it's all the same.
South Florida or Central Florida, not too bad. Kyle Patrick had a big lead. It's gotten cut a little bit by Andy Newcomb, John Garrett, Brad Jelinek, Robert G., J.T. Tompkins, all hanging around that same weight. We'll be right back to see who makes a move.
Yes! No way! You're watching live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Lake of the Ozarks from Osage, Missouri.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. 30 minutes left in our coverage today. These anglers have an hour and 30 minutes before they need to be back, which some of these guys, like Jamie Bruce, may have to start heading back in the next 15 or 20 minutes if it's rough out there. It doesn't look like it's tremendously rough in some places, but being 40 miles away, it can be rough along the way. We head out. There's been 4 guys consistently closer to the ramp. John Garrett being one of those has made it work all week long.
Dice K. Keita is way west. In fact, he's out of cell coverage. He's caught 2 5-pounders, Ronnie. That's jumped him up. Still got 4 fish for just 12 pounds. Or maybe he's got a limit. I don't know.
Well, if he catches another 5, to fill his limit, that would be what he'd need, Greg Hackney, to put his name in the hat. It's hard to have, like you said, it's hard to have 2 1-pounders. Unless they're spotted bass here.
Unless they're spotted bass, you figure his 2 smallest fish are 2-pounders. If he's got 2 that he's calling 5-pounders, which possibly sometimes turn into 6-pounders.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Carry the 1 and subtract
We won't know
2.
till it's over with.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal. We really, with him, he's kind of the dark horse. We won't know till it's over.
Yeah.
And then he's still got to make it back.
Well, he had 18 pounds on day 1, then 13.10 yesterday.
Last man in the cut. John Garrett trying to make a call with this one, I believe. I'd still say, right now you look at Bass Track, John Garrett, let's just say he makes a pound upgrade. Gets to 46 pounds. 46 pounds for 3 days would be
A little better, I think.
Almost 16 a day.
like, yeah, and that's
15
the, you know, that's the, most would consider the winning weight, you know, 15, 16 pounds a day in the fall would be fantastic. And that will get you almost first, but a long way from it.
That's a heavy too.
I don't know yet. Let's see. The waves are messing me up. A 2.5.
That'd be 2.8.
Trade
I
out
mean,
for a
2 pounds
2.
8 ounces. His scale.
If it's, yeah,
If his scales.
2.5 or 2, yeah. I
Yeah,
don't
but it
know.
may be 2 pounds 5 ounces.
Yeah. If it's, yeah, it's at least 2.25 to 2.5.
We've had that discussion many times.
Yeah, depending on how they have
Digital.
their scales.
Yeah. When guys say like 198, you're like, oh, good.
Yeah,
like
you
we
know.
know it's digital. You're not guessing like 212. Is it 2 3/4 or is it barely over 2?
Right.
That's a discrepancy sometimes. Appreciate the help of our guys like Chase Sansom out on the water today, shooting some extra footage with Brad Jelinek. Might have been some drone action there. I did not like the way that drone shot ended. I don't know what came of that.
Well, John Garrett gained, I think he's up to 13-13.
That's a new brush pile. I haven't had to do this yet. Come on, be bigs on it. Oh yeah, my lovely girlfriend Caroline, her parents, my sisters. If any of my buddies are watching from upstate New York, just, you know, everyone. K&K Customs, Chad from Chatty Boys, RJ and Bob from Powerhouse. I could go on and on. I just appreciate everyone who tuned in and was rooting for me. And Lee, guy that helps me with my social media, and he's always giving me positive vibes, even when I'm pissed.
What would he be pissed about?
Oh, and Coolies. The entire Coolies bar.
This year it could be getting 15th, not making the cut with how good everybody is. You're mad. They're beating you. I said this to Kyle Jesse on the podcast. If you look down our progressive or our St. Croix Rods Angler of the Year for the Opens, we're taking the top 10 because there's one elite in there, so you have 9 qualifiers. I would take 1 through 10, totally fine. I'd take 11 through 20 as our rookie class, 100%. 21 through 30. Like, I know all these guys.
One thing that
you
I've
get
done
down to 41 through
that I think is
50,
really important,
still would be a
fishing, like, kind of a
fantastic
small
10
area,
angler, rookie class. Absolutely.
is
That's
rotating
strong
the
to say
angle
that.
Like, you got
that you're hitting that brush pile with, like,
you've got Ish Monroe in 50th,
4
James
hours
Nigmeyer
fishing
53rd,
this
Jason
way.
Lambert 54.
Then when I would
Like,
come
you
back
got
through, I'd get a bite.
some names even down there.
Like across from it. I don't know, maybe it's just mental, but I'm pretty certain that it triggers bites because they haven't seen it like rip by them a certain direction. There's one right there, come on. Bite it, dude. Bite it, dude, it's a good one.
Making a move over to Andrew Hargrove. Started the day in 3rd place. Looking, if he's better than 10th, his best finish of his career.
Baby. How many fish does he have?
2.
It's caught about 10 on camera, but 2 keepers.
Only 2 keepers.
Got a nice one though. About 1 4.5 pounder.
Do you find it weird that he caught that nice one on the big worm? And now he's back drop shot?
I think Robert G caught it on the big worm. He caught that 4.5
right.
earlier this morning on old pink worm.
On the
drop
pink
shot.
worm, right.
But yeah, I do think, I mean, you see it so well, guys who fish for miles with a bait, pick up another one, make a cast, catch a fish, put it back down.
Go back to the other bait.
Because it's like just a scenario or situation, deal. You always makes you wonder.
Maybe it's, nah.
Yep. Maybe I stretched him out a little on the hook set. Thought I lost him, I would have been pissed because I thought it felt like a big one. Should probably keep. Oh, maybe not. I'd rather be casting, but I call that a keeper.
That'd be number 5.
Which will definitely help his points situation.
Keeps on that side. I should be doing this down low. That's a keeper. Put him in on his own side.
He's going to stay in 10th this week, but next week it could be very important when we're ounces will probably
for
mean
sure.
a couple.
It's basically like
points
first tournament
and
of the year. Yeah, you're just
I almost
so
had a
tight
buck
there.
tied at
friggin'
halftime, basically.
try to kill me one time. Like I killed this buck, shot it with a bow, gave it a minute, went down there, and as I'm getting up closer to it, I hear something. And as I'm getting up there, this other buck is just tearing into it. And like I tried to run it off and it wouldn't go. Like it just turned at me and it was like drooling and stuff. And I'm like, oh, like I knocked another arrow. I was like, I'm gonna have to kill this thing. Gosh darn it. I gotta take the time, I think, to check him. Because I got 2 little bitty ones in there. Stop. Dude, you're killing me, kid. I don't even know if he's 15.
You want to hear the end of that deer story.
Right, I want to know what happened, the slobbering deer that he had to run in with.
I'm curious.
Let's be friends. He's 15 for sure. I think he's probably going to be just exactly what that other one was.
Bunch of blood.
Yeah, some of it's mine. Nah, he's smaller. Yeah, some of that was mine, I think. Man, why can't one of them be a big one? No, it wasn't. It was a young one. Dumb. It was like a 10 point, but it was a young, not a big wreck. Yeah. He was just, I think he was just like, he thought it was his kill or something. Like, he was so mad, literally drooling. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to kill you, buddy. I ain't messing with you.
Kudos to the guys like Chase Henley and now Andy Newcomb and Brad Jelinek. It's hard to do well on your home lake. A lot of pressure, a lot of thoughts going through your head. And to show up with this field of anglers and to be able to make a top 10, you would love to win it. But for one Bassmaster Open, one event, showing up, being able to do that, it's impressive. They make it look easy, but there's 6 to 10 locals probably, and only 1 or 2 survive. That's impressive. And for East Tennessee, the Ozarks, and then Central Florida, 3 of the best hotbeds for locals that, you know, like we could see another local show up in Central Florida in the final Open and perform as well. But kudos to those guys so far who have done it.
Hey, but you've had locals throughout the year, have you not, in the top 10 pretty much? In some of the events? Eufaula tournament was won by a local.
Yep.
That was the only. Was that the only one he fished?
No, he fished the full division. He will be in the Classic.
Yeah.
He's.
But I mean, the main reason he showed up was for that.
Eufaula, yes. Yeah. Yes. And then you had somewhat of a local, Pal Kemp at Bugs Island, fishes there a lot. He fished the whole Division 1 or Division 3, aka the Northern Division, to punch his ticket to the Classic. He finished that up last week. If you love bass fishing, you love Bassmaster Live, we'll be back with you next week as well. We'll have the Strike King Bassmaster College Series Classic bracket coverage September 29th through October 2nd. That is Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. We will be live with the 8-man format as we cut it down each day, but we still have another segment of fishing here at the Ozarks. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the St. Croix Rod Bassmaster Open at Lake of the Ozarks from Osage, Missouri is presented by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Winding down the last few minutes of Bassmaster Live, it seems like as the time winds down, Brad Jelinek's getting farther from takeoff. I think he's just taking it to the house. But this guy,
I mean, in the
we
middle
talked
of nowhere.
about it. We talked about him. He actually is the one who's gotten away from civilization for the most part. Dice K. Kita, currently in 7th place. He's been in 10th all day long, had 2 very small keepers. Word was last night from Sago Sato, our camera guy out there, throwing a glide bait on docks about 30 or 40 miles away, and this was earlier today, I do believe.
Yes!
No, this is live.
Yes!
This just happened. Number 5 for him.
Number 5? Ooh.
Another big one. Suripanda. Oh, yeah.
Number 5.
Second biggest bag of the day, then.
Maybe he has the biggest.
Yeah, we need to get.
Well,
we need to
if he's got
proof
2
his other
5-pounders and a 4-pounder.
Yeah. Live bait. Live bait. Yeah.
He's very chipper.
He started 10th, 312 back of Jamie Bruce.
So he's
1 ounce ahead of
culling.
Patrick.
He's culling.
This.
See what he's throwing out.
It's a little one, maybe a 1-pounder.
It's not just number 5 then.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep,
wow.
it was a spot.
Wow.
That's where he came up with and the other one. So he still has a 1-pounder.
Oh, yeah. One more, please. One more.
You want to talk about feeling like we know exactly what the scoreboard says?
We don't.
This is what I love about Bass
We don't
Track,
know
and
anything now.
No.
So he's got a lot more.
If he's wanting one more and he said another big one, that means he's got at least 2 5-pounders, if they're that. That one he just caught right there. Another decent one, I'd have to say at least that size, and then a small one. And there's some room for error.
Okay, he
there.
could have the biggest bag of the day too.
He's
5 plus, with a 4 plus. Well, that's 15, 16 pounds right there. Well, you got to watch the weigh-in. That's all we're saying.
It'll be perfect. It'll be perfect.
It'll be exciting because you don't know.
But get some intel on Daisuke Kita from our friend Kenta Kimura. I'm going to see him tomorrow, shoot some videos with him, and ask him what's the lowdown on Daisuke Kita. Meanwhile, the man of the hour, the one who was safe as can be about an hour ago, and we're not quite sure what Daisuke Kita could completely have. We're hoping to see those big ones and get our judgment on those very soon. But as the day goes, the Mercury move of the day, Kyle Patrick.
Come on now, boys.
He didn't have to move far, just 1 ounce behind the leader. He did it early, 2 good bites. Took him just a little bit longer. He caught a 2-pounder or so. With 3 fish, he sat there at 11 pounds for a good majority of the morning before really starting to put numbers in the boat and also another good one.
It's a giant one. Yes.
All day long, baby.
It has been all day long for Kyle Patrick. Multiple 4-pounders.
So many fish catches, just in general.
When he looks in the live well after catching all of these fish and knowing what he has and looking at it and saying, I might have more.
That's for sure. All right, now we're gonna roll. Because I still haven't given up. What'd you call me?
We mentioned it, we've been teasing it, we're unsure. This will bring a little bit more clarity. Daisuke Kita earlier today, way up the Osage River towards Truman Lake. Caught a couple big ones. Here's one of them.
Stay on, please. Yeah! Yeah! Open the... Yes!
Let's go.
Yeah!
Yeah.
I got it! Big one! Yeah, 釣れた! Oh my gosh! Yeah! Thank you! Wow!
It's a 5-pounder.
It's a healthy fish too.
Yes, it is. It may be a little over 5.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
And we just watched him catch a 4.
Never give up. Never give up. Let's go. あー、取り返した1本。
Now, what's better than 1 5-pounder on Championship Sunday, Greg Hackney?
2.
Stay on, please. Stay on, please.
I'm so glad we're getting to watch this.
Yeah. Oh, wow, look.
Ooh.
Stay on. Yes, sir! Yeah! Yeah! Oh, giant! Yeah! Oh.
So let's say he's got 3 for 14. How big are his other 2 fish?
So they just popped in. He's got 2 5s, a 3, a 2 3/4, and then a 1-pounder.
So
16-14 total, 414 back of Kyle Patrick.
He needs
on
21
Bass
pounds
estimates.
or so.
So when he caught the one that's in there as a 3, he called it a 4.
He entered it as a 3.
Yeah, but
we see that all the time.
I heard him say,
yeah, 4.
Wow. That's what a big bait will do for you, or a bait that's at least maybe not seen around that region this week. We've seen a lot of jigs come into play, maybe some topwater, some drop shot, but a glide bait has helped Daisuke Kita get into the top 10 and rise up the top 10. Can he maybe steal away some prize money, maybe a trophy, maybe a Bassmaster Classic berth as well? He's one bite away. He is far from the ramp and needs to make a run back, but those two fish, man, Greg Hackney, that is a dynamic we are glad to see.
I'm so glad to see that. So he is hurting someone's feelings as we speak.
And those came around within 5 to 10 minutes of each other. So not only did they happen earlier in the day, they happened within the 2 or 3 docks of each other. We appreciate our cameraman feeding those. We missed them earlier live. We're able to see them later.
Wow.
Man.
The thing is, he's got to beat Kyle Patrick by 311.
Yep. Got to have over 21 pounds.
He's got to get rid of that small. He still has a 1 pound spotted bass.
Just imagine another 5 and you get rid of a 1. There's a 4 pound to make up the gap.
Wow.
I think we got to redo like Mercury Move, replay of the day. Like I think we got to do all our deliverables over again.
So awesome. And the way he's doing it.
Oh yeah.
The other 9 guys, similar type fishing, and he's locked a glide bait in his hand.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's
shallow.
It's like 9 guys who are in Anchor Bay and 1 guy not in Anchor Bay. That's kind of what it feels like.
And that guy won.
Oh.
I hate to say that to one of the Anchor Bay boys, as we deem Joe, but the 9 of y'all did a.
But it was a good time in Anchor Bay, I'll be honest. I mean, it was fun.
Oh, it was a successful week.
Yeah, it was fun. But what's the chances of 80% of the field being in Anchor Bay?
Absolutely crazy. Yeah. It always feels like there is 2 outcomes for a Bassmaster Open in the fall. Either the day 2 leader has a big lead and just holds on to it and sails off, or someone from 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th comes from, it looks bleak, and then they do it. JT Tompkins came from a good ways back at the Chesapeake last year to win. Absolutely incredible. And then at Rayburn to end last year, you had Logan Latuso had 5 pounds on day 1, 31 on day 2, and almost was able to carry that to the win. But Keith Combs came in and slid in there for the victory lap.
Yeah, Logan didn't catch a limit the last day, did he?
No.
Only like 2 bass.
Or the first day.
He had, I believe he had 7 or 8 bass for 13 pounds other than his 31-pound bag day. That's crazy, the way it was fishing.
2 9-pounders.
That's crazy.
913, I think.
I think it was in the top
3.
3 biggest bags of opens ever.
In the opens ever.
And I think a lot of those records came from the year that Swindle won at Toho, where it was the record-setting 80-plus pounds for 3 days as well. Every bass in the lake spawned at the same time or something. Obviously, Ben Milliken's Toledo win around the shad spawn in April was close to a lot of records as well. This is why I love the fall. I texted Lisa Talmadge, Elite Series Tournament Director. She doesn't have a ton of do with scheduling, but she is the head of the bunch, and I said, we got to fish in the fall. We got to fish in the fall. It's so fun.
It is
because
fun.
of the unknown.
Hey, well, Ben Milliken made our Opens top 5 list with his win at Toledo Bend, 77-14. That's 3rd behind Corey Johnston and Swindle. And then at the St. Lawrence, 71-15, Jody White is 4th.
Isn't it funny now that smallmouth tournaments are,
Setting records.
the weights are bigger than most largemouth events we have?
Well, I don't know if you'll be watching because you need to keep your eyes on the road headed back to Louisiana, but I guarantee you Greg Hackney may be listening to weigh-in come 3:15 Central Time.
I will have to be listening now that we've seen this last bit of footage.
And you won't want to miss the weigh-in later today either because Kyle Patrick will be one of the last guys to weigh in. Daisuke Kita, one of the first guys to weigh in. That hot seat might not be too hot today. Daisuke may hold on to that for quite a while.
He'll keep it warm.
Welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Appreciate you joining in all day with us on Fox Sports 1 and Bassmaster.com. Next to last stop of the open season. What was your takeaway sitting on this side of the camera, Greg? You've been an avid watcher of Bass Live with no responsibilities. Now you had some responsibilities. What did you see from the next group of guys that'll join the elites?
So much talent in this next group, and half the ones in the top 10 are going to be half of the group that we see next year in the elites. So pretty impressive to get to watch those guys and to know next year that's my competition. Those are the new guys coming in.
It is absolutely incredible to see the ages of some of these anglers and also their diverse nature a part of the country. We've got guys from Maine, New York, Canada, South Carolina, all in our top 10 today at Lake of the Ozarks. What a fantastic tournament it's been. The weights have been much higher. According to a couple local anglers who made the top 10, I thought I'd be towards the top of the leaderboard. I'm barely making it. These guys have been catching them, and the lake has shown out. For the fall time, we've seen Andrew Hargrove catch an important fish for his tournament earlier this morning. John Garrett do the same thing. Kyle Patrick has put on a show as well today.
Give me some, man.
We've seen a lot of good fish catches today, some big bass for the fall of the year.
And we, give it a week or two, we'd see the same sized fish but come on top water, maybe jig fishing, maybe glide baits. We've seen a couple big ones in that. Robert G put on a show with numbers today and then caught a big one. And then this guy stole the show in the last 30 minutes of the day when we got to hear word of 3s, 4s, and 5-pounders on glide baits. Daisuke Kita. Hey, we'll just put another name in the hat of possible guys to steal some paychecks and some prize money, the top of our leaderboard. This is how we'll leave you. An hour left of fishing before these anglers check in. Kyle Patrick, your leader by 5 pounds or so. Andy Newcomb right behind Daisuke Kita. And you got Brad Jelinek, John Garrett, Robert G., everyone else in the top 10. Thanks for joining us. Greg Hackney, appreciate you stopping in.
Good to be here.
Bassmaster Live. We'll see you next weekend for the College Series.